The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions, the second time they've won the Super Bowl in the last 10 years. 40-22 is the final over the Kansas City Chiefs. They stopped Kansas City from becoming the first NFL team ever to three-peat in the Super Bowl, and it was over quick. The Eagles were up 24-0 at the half. Patrick Mahomes had the worst first half statistically of his career and arguably one of the worst Super Bowls of all time until the final quarter when he put up some garbage time numbers. In the first half, Mahomes had 6 of 14 passing, 33 yards, 2 interceptions, and 3 sacks. That was a trend throughout the game. The Eagles terrorizing Mahomes with their pass rush, 6 sacks on the game in full, including 2.5 from Josh Sweat, who is scheduled to be a free agent next month from the Eagles. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP. He went for over 200 passing, 2 passing touchdowns, and then led the game with 72 yards rushing and a rushing touchdown as well. Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP. No Travis Kelce after the game. He skipped media, and Mahomes was talking about the potential for Kelce retiring. Kelce had said earlier in the week that he wasn't mulling retirement, but there was a little talk of that after the game yesterday. Then we now hit full speed off-season mode in the NFL. The Sabres are off until not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday. It's a 2-week break. The whole league is on for the Four Nations tournament in Montreal and Boston. The Sabres did not go into the break on a 5-game win streak. They lost 6-4 to Nashville on Saturday. Speaking of that Four Nations tournament, Sidney Crosby dealing with an injury. He is going to try to play through it to play for Team Canada, which that tournament begins on Wednesday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock, celebrating 90 years of business.
Well, hi, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's a nice Monday, right? It's a nice Monday.
Is it, though? We got this question. Is it a Victory Monday?
I mean,
do we call it a Victory Monday today?
Probably not, but sure feels like one, doesn't it? I mean, it's the closest feeling we've got.
I mean, it feels pretty good. I'm pretty
good.
happy. This is not the happiest we could have been today, but
no, that's right. It feels pretty good. There are some parts of it that don't feel so good when you look at how exposed the Chiefs were able to be.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. Yeah. Jeremy and Joe, happy off season. Happy. Here we go. Did every single team have a coordinated on to next year graphic that they tweeted? I saw the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Bills. I don't know if there were like a million more of those.
You're guessing everybody had one in the bank ready to go?
It seemed planned. They all had a season starts now, 2025. That's when I learned that next year's Super Bowl is in San Francisco.
Maybe not everybody was in. I just picked a random team. First that I searched was the Raiders. They did not have one. They did not have one. Maybe the AFC West teams just resigned to the fact that they will not win their division and go deep in the playoffs, though. So
possibly.
I don't think the Eagles tweeted it out.
That's right. They're still living in this season.
I would assume they did not tweet out.
Do you want a very early stat of the day for you? Very early. This one came from Jay Kuda, who is a mostly baseball writer, does White Sox stats, and apparently he had this one, that it's now 9 times in a row that the team traveling west defeats the team traveling east.
The team traveling west defeats the team traveling east. Because the Chiefs are going east to get to New Orleans.
Yep, and the Eagles are going west. Now, sometimes both teams go east, both teams go west, whatever. But it's 9 in a row, dating back to 2002, that the team traveling east loses to the team traveling west.
Wait, how does that date back to 2002? Oh, because there would be years where they're both going the same direction.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen.
I see, right.
Yep.
Right, duh. Okay, that makes sense.
So when it was in Vegas, the team traveling east was San Francisco. They lost to Kansas City, who traveled west. When it was in Atlanta, Rams lose to New England, who traveled west. And there's a lot of New Englands in here because they're always traveling west. It's the only way they really can go.
Yeah.
But whatever. I found that to be a funny kind of stat.
Okay, so what we need to figure out now is where is the next Super Bowl?
It's San Francisco. And it's going to be really tough to travel
That's true.
east
to
get to San Francisco.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening there.
Fly around the globe.
True.
Go the other way?
Just go the other way.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to do that because you would be losing then.
That's right.
You would be on the wrong side of the of it. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Weird stat. So, all right. So the Chiefs get hammered. And it was glorious. It was absolutely glorious. And I think it's not odd for the entire football world to revel in a dynasty getting their clock cleaned. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
A lot of violent imagery at the moment, but we'll go clock cleaned. They got destroyed start to finish, and it was amazing. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. Another, two other teams. Do I turn it off when it's 34-0? Maybe.
If that game is if that game is the Ravens and the Packers, and it's 34-0
might turn it off.
The third quarter, I might have the game off.
If it's 34-0 Chiefs, that game is definitely going off.
100%.
And I mean, I feel like the Wicked Witch is dead here. I mean, I know the Chiefs will be back and still be good, but the pictures of the Eagles, of Jalen Hurts outside the locker room, sitting with the Lombardi Trophy, all these moments where other players, I know it's crazy, right? Other teams also can reach the mountaintop as the Chiefs don't get there. I mean, it's just, it meant a lot to me.
They had a first down on their first play of the game, the Chiefs did, and they did not have another first down until the I'm just pulling up the tweet here, until the 14-18 mark of the third quarter.
Yeah.
They went that long without getting a first down. After their first play, which they had one. I mean, it was
brutal.
It was the defensive performance we saw. Didn't we know immediately that it was going to be a game like that? I mean, the Eagles took a minute to get going on offense, but I don't know. It looked like the Chiefs were not going to have the answers on offense. But, even them, right? It's, here we go. The Nick Wright tweet from yesterday, they're down 10, game started. The Chiefs do that a lot, right? Where slow start and, okay, they're down by 14, of course. This is still a football game. But then, then when Mahomes starts turning the ball over the way he did and he was just missing throws, okay, maybe they don't just have the magic pixie dust to sprinkle over this game yesterday. So, man. Yeah, 24-0 at half. I couldn't wait for the second half.
Yeah, I know.
And the game was over.
Yep. And you always have to be careful. Are they going to find answers and come back? Will the Eagles barf on themselves? Because that's what teams do against the Chiefs, right? They let them back in the game.
Right.
And that just never happened. So, it's whatever. There's Bills context to it. There's plenty to get to about the game itself. But, man, for Mahomes, it was just misery. And maybe, listen, we can be haters, right? Why not?
Sure.
Why not just be haters? Watching that dude have the worst game of his life was awesome.
Yes, it was.
It was awesome. And the thing maybe that's frustrating is they didn't didn't lose a bunch of guys in the Bills game. This isn't a scenario where, their entire offensive line got hurt against the Bills, so now it's all backups. That was the same line.
Yeah, that happened to them against Tampa, right?
Right.
When they played Tampa in the Super Bowl, they were missing, was it 3 starters on the offensive line?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were very banged up. This time, they're not missing 10 pieces. Their offense went in there fully formed. The offense that the Bills could not stop, of course, and allowed 21 first half points the previous game. They were just dominated by a Vic Fangio defense with a front four that got after them, and I don't know how many other ways to say it was glorious. It was I'm waiting to go in on what it all means for the Bills. I just want to kind of bask in how glorious it was.
Yeah, they were not the more talented team.
No.
Right? Isn't that really what it comes down to? The Eagles' roster is
loaded,
stacked. I mean, as we'll get to the Bills part of this, because I think there's a lot of correlation you could pull from this game to the Bills. That's real. Not just this team won. Let's just, let's compare the two. There are things the Bills have been trying to be good at that the Eagles are incredible at. And that's what helped beat the Chiefs yesterday, but they just have talent everywhere, right? The quarterback is pretty good, but when he is surrounded by an elite offensive line, an elite running back, 2 elite wide receivers, an elite defensive line, I mean,
yep,
that's enough. I didn't mention every position group. I didn't mention every position, but they have a receiver who's arguably one of the best receivers in football, arguably the best running back in football. I mean, do they have 3 linemen I could maybe say this about on the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball? They have some of the best players at their position in the league. And even Kansas City, this has been more of a Bills point, what do the Chiefs have in that area? They have Mahomes.
Yep.
But Worthy is really good and was an amazing rookie, but he is not like A.J. Brown, best receiver in football.
No, their studs are on defense, and they couldn't stop Philly. Even with their studs.
McDuffie would be the name, would be the guy that's okay, that's supposed to be, star player, one of the best at his position in the league, and when he went 1-on-1 against A.J. Brown, it looked like a non-contest.
Yep. Yeah, Chris Jones, McDuffie, they've got 4 or 5 pieces on their defense that are very, very good. But they had no answers. You mentioned in correlations, again, how far we want to go in comparisons about the Bills. I don't know. If you're a Bills fan and you skipped that game, maybe you jumped in halfway through it because you heard they're down 24-0.
Yeah.
Get to the game.
Anyone that boycotted the game. I was texting buddies I knew were boycotting the game. You should get to the game.
You got to get to it.
You got to turn the game on.
Right. Do you want to see sad Mahomes or not? You have an opportunity to see sad Kelsey and sad Mahomes.
I texted one friend maybe right in the start of the third quarter, and I think he turned it on. He said the first play he saw was the fumble by Mahomes that got turned over by a penalty where he got crunched in the face.
Yes.
Was it Jalen Carter? He's this is what this game has been? I'm like, this is exactly what this game has been.
Yeah. He was obliterated every single play. He had no chance. That's the other thing. He was
seeing ghosts. The picks he was throwing were
he was
just
seeing
easy
ghosts.
ones.
And, pass rush is one thing, but the reason the pass rush was able to get there is because Philadelphia had good coverage in the secondary. The Bills, of course, have their leaky spots back there. They definitely don't have the second. It'll be a lot today about, Joe, how the Bills don't have the Eagles' defensive line, and that's not incorrect, but they definitely don't have the Eagles' secondary. No way right now. The Eagles' secondary is tremendous. The Eagles, whatever. They look like a complete team in every way. And Nick Sirianni walking off the field, some of the stuff he was talking about was this team is loaded. Of course, everybody pulls their part. Everybody does their part. This team is loaded. And the Eagles also, they really stick a thumb right in the eye of anybody that's talking about everything's got to be kumbaya. That team might hate each other. That team might. It's a family that argues all the time. Remember the guy that said A.J. Brown had to be cut the day after reading a book?
Yeah.
To me, that's the stuff that I latch onto. You don't have to buy into this dumb stuff that football world wants you to think. You can't have that happen. Nick Sirianni's lost control of his sideline.
Yeah.
Who said that? Somebody said that. It's ridiculous, of course. Too much stuff paid attention to, people caring and people clashing while caring.
I did think about Diggs a few times yesterday because Diggs gave us, 2 sideline moments in his entire Bills career? Was it even 2?
It was
It was one against Cincinnati. Is there even another one? Like maybe there was one. I'm just forgetting about it. But
there was another one reported from the opener against the Jets the following year where Allen snapped at him.
Okay, right. That's right. That we didn't see on TV, but that was reported by Tim Graham on that. The Eagles, A.J. Brown gave us 2 last night.
Yeah, in the game.
In the game where, like,
in the game.
He's
you missed
yelling
me on
at
a throw.
the coach, and then he's getting into it the positional coach, and, like, because he had been missed and whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, for that team especially, it does not matter. Over the last 12 months, you have had the coach and the quarterback at each other's throats, right? And they never really... Even this year, I feel like, in what I saw, never were, like, chummy, you know? Like, wasn't Hurts asked a couple weeks ago about his relationship with Sirianni? He's like, you know, he gave some answer along the lines of...
He took the straitjacket off, that one?
He took the straitjacket off, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, there was tension between the quarterback and the coach, and there was tension between the coach and the receiver, and there was tension between the quarterback and the wide receiver. Like, it really was, like... For those that remember, what is it? It's the 88 Bills or the 89 Bills, whatever, the bickering Bills, when they were always yelling at each other in the locker room before they started making Super Bowls. That was the Eagles this year. And it didn't matter because, listen, you can win with everyone pulling your weight and everybody doing your job and everybody getting along and loving each other. The Eagles seemed like they hated each other, but they won because they were the most talented team. And maybe that's exaggerating that they really hate each other, but talent wins. Talent wins, and that team had talent. And as much as they bickered or had tension, it just was out. It was overruled by they were more talented.
And they are also, are they not, Joe? That's what Everybody Eats looks like at its highest level. It's Barkley, Goddard,
Brown,
A.J. Brown,
Smith.
Devonta Smith. Like,
And Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson.
Man, praying for those that had him first touchdown.
But
yesterday.
they are they not? That is it. That is everybody. You have absolute studs. When we heard an awful lot. Well, it's actually good to not know where the ball is going to go. Okay, maybe if you don't know where it's going to go because one side is A.J. Brown, the other side is Devonta Smith. Like, that makes a big difference.
Yep.
So I thought about Brown a lot. Like, Brown won't get enough credit. Do you know that the Eagles did not lose a single game this year that Hurts and Brown started and finished? Not one.
Like without getting injured?
Without one of the two leaving with an injury. Hurts missed a couple games, right, with a concussion, left the game with a concussion, and Brown missed a couple games like hamstring. When those two played, they won every game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Barkley got all of the headlines. It was an odd game, too. You know, in terms of who are we to criticize Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady? But, man, Brady's going to get a lot of flack for how he performed. Kevin Burkhardt was not good in this game. Kevin Burkhardt acted like when it was 34-0, the Chiefs were just a whisper away. Over and over again. Let's see what kind of magic Mahomes has. Buddy, there's like 15 minutes left. This game is over. You can call it. And they would stop a run play. The Chiefs would stop a run play on 1st and 10 after the Eagles had gone 60 yards on that drive. Like, oh, look at them again. They really have the answers in the run game. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Great observation. How's it playing out for them?
Did you hear Brady making a big deal about the false start penalty that the Eagles got on the Jake Elliott kick that would have made it, I think, 37-0?
Yeah.
At the time, he's like, oh, he's not going to be as comfortable now, like backing up to 50 yards. I'm like, buddy, they're up 40.
I know.
Well, if he misses the kick, whatever. He's going to walk over to the sideline, high-five his coach. He doesn't care. They're about to win the Super Bowl. Tough. Brady more so, though, was really tough to listen to. Man, the fourth quarter, once the game is over and it basically becomes like a live podcast because the guys are talking more, like, then you were really seeing Brady in his true colors and just nothing interesting.
Well, that's where he needed someone to engage him. He's talking about how he only took 2 unsportsmanlike conducts in his career, yelling at officials. And I thought Brady was trying to bring Mike Pereira in there, like, hey, let's talk about what it's like to get yelled at. And Pereira, like, just wouldn't take it. He wouldn't take, I don't want to call it bait. It would have been a funny conversation. It could have been a good moment. Here's Brady saying, like, I used to yell at officials all the time. Mike, do you guys ignore that? And Pereira fumbled that because it was, I forget what his answer even was, something along the lines of, we just ignore certain guys like you. Like, okay, that's not true. Why don't you go ahead and give an honest answer that's not whether or not, somebody's feet were in bounds.
There was something weird there last night because Brady another time kicked it to Pereira for what? Oh, what was the something?
It was I remember
Something
it was
crossbar.
It was 37-0, and he's asking him questions or whatever.
Yeah, but like he wasn't there, and then Pereira wasn't there when Brady kicked it to him, and then he was there, but he just kind of mumbled like, "Yeah, hit the crossbar." Like he kind of gave Brady like a "dude, shut up" type of answer, which I'm like, whoa, we got trouble between those two or something? I don't know. Brady almost got caught with a hot mic, by the way, after the game, because he was on the mic when they tried to go to Terry Bradshaw, and he was talking. He didn't say anything, but yeah. Fox had a tough night.
That's right. That ceremony was clumsy. I liked the score bug.
Get out of here.
Only because it was obnoxiously reminding everyone it was 34-0.
Because it was enormous.
Yes,
it was
huge.
huge.
The score bug, I agree, was not good. But the more crooked that game got, the more I thought, you know what? I like this thing. It's like it might as well be flying a banner over the stadium about how big the score is. Like, the Chiefs are down by 34 if you just tuned in.
It just reminded me of like a high school broadcast.
Yeah.
That score bug. Like the numbers in the middle without anything behind it too. But okay, yeah, I guess that's right. Because the numbers were huge.
It felt like the score bug was trolling the Chiefs, and I was into that big time. I also, we're about to get into the take apocalypse. Today we'll bring a lot of takes, and I fully expected one, and I'll be honest, I don't mind it because I'm in the mood to hate the Chiefs and hate on them. You know you're going to see this. This is a LeBron point, and you've talked about this before.
Yeah.
This loss for Mahomes is going to stick. It's going to stick for years because, you know what they will say, Joe? I've already seen a couple. Brady never lost like that in a Super Bowl. Tom Brady never had that game. You can't be the GOAT if you have that game. And, of course, I think that's probably disingenuous. It's not exactly Mahomes' fault. He was under pressure the entire game. A 50% pressure rate with not a single blitz in the game. So it wasn't exactly his fault. But I am, you know what? On a day like today, I'm here to listen to that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Brady never had a game like that. I guess you can't be the GOAT. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not the GOAT.
At least in the goat chase, Brady had a half like that, right? He kind of did that against the Falcons.
They were down 28-3.
28-3, and he threw a pick six, and there was a picture of him sitting on the turf as the guy ran it back for a pick six that I think everyone thought was going to be like the cover of every newspaper the next morning.
That was the moment for me last night, was when Cooper DeJean had that pick six. I thought, like, okay, Brady did that and then came back and scored right away. And I thought Brady would actually mention that. I don't think he did. But, you know, Mahomes had no answers. None.
No, I thought I really thought when it was officially over for me, because I thought same thing, like 24-0. They've come back from double-digit deficits in like every Super Bowl, right? Like the Brady Falcons point. I'm like, okay, let's see if they have it in them. And they went. Did they go back-to-back first downs to start the third quarter and like, all right, here they go. They're going no huddle here and like this is where they're gonna get it back in the game. And then it was back-to-back sacks where it's just like, okay, no. There's nothing they can do. They are not blocking this line, and they are not getting open quickly enough. We might have mixed in a drop to DeAndre Hopkins maybe on that drive that was pretty egregious that should have been caught. But it was like, man, he didn't have 3 seconds. No. He didn't have 3 seconds the whole night. He needed either one guy to get open quick, and that wasn't happening, or he needed his line to hold up for like 4 or 5 seconds, and he wasn't getting either last night. That Eagles defense was not going to let him do anything.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. I watched the entire game from my bed on my phone because I was sick, which was... made it memorable.
Did the game lift you back up, though? Was that what the healing process was? The Chiefs getting pummeled in front of the entire country?
I'm sure it helped. Still a little touch and go this morning. We'll see. I'm broadcasting from home, so I don't give you whatever I had, which was, I don't know, like a 24, 36-hour bug. But yeah, it was like a fever dream, Joe. I was in and out, wake up, look at the score, 24-0. This is the best. Fall back asleep. I missed the halftime show because I fell asleep. I'm sure I'll go back and watch that. But yeah, it's
certainly a polarizing halftime show.
I guess so.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, sure.
I think I enjoyed it, though. We can get to it. I enjoyed it more for the shots at Drake that were just right, like on purpose, more than the actual. The music was fine too, though. 803-0550.
What it all means, putting it in context. I'm thinking about the Bills' messaging from last week about what they would take in a game against Mahomes versus what the Eagles just took in a game. I'll get to that. I'm thinking about Myles Garrett and Max Crosby today, of course, like many of you are. Okay, did the price go up? Because everyone's going to think, well, come on. Not that we didn't already know having a front four dominate can be a path to victory. So anyway, we'll get your calls in on it. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR celebrating an Eagles win in the Super Bowl. And now on to Super Bowl 60 from San Francisco is up next. Give us a ring, 803-0550 here on WGR.
Super Bowl 59 goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Their second Super Bowl in franchise history, beating the Kansas City Chiefs and stopping Kansas City from becoming the first team ever to have a three-peat. They will not. And the Eagles win. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP. He threw for over 202 touchdowns through the air, added a touchdown and 72 yards rushing. He led the day on the ground. In a day where Saquon Barkley did not do much. He only averaged 2.3 yards per carry, 57 yards on 25 attempts. The Eagles were all over Patrick Mahomes in this game, sacked him 6 times. Mahomes threw a couple of interceptions, one of the worst first halves in Super Bowl history, and the worst first half in Mahomes' career. And that helped find them down 24-0 at halftime. Eagles win, Chiefs lose. Some other football news: the Bills are letting go special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley, according to multiple reports. So the Bills will need a new special teams coordinator. Aaron Rodgers flew to New Jersey only to be told by the Jets that they plan to move on from him this offseason. So the Jets will have a new quarterback. The early speculation is that Rodgers wants to continue playing. Deebo Samuel reportedly receiving permission to seek a trade by the San Francisco 49ers. And Sabres are off, by the way, for 2 more weeks. We've got the Four Nations tournament this week and next week, USA, Canada, Finland, and Sweden. And in golf, Thomas Dietrich wins the Waste Management Open, his first tour win, won by 7 strokes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
.33 seconds to go. And Pickett will take the football and take the knee. And that's going to round it up. We will count down these seconds for you.
That'll do it, boys
They
and
are
girls.
jamming the field. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Legendary Merrill Reese on the call on the Eagles Radio Network as the Eagles win the Super Bowl. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We're talking about it with you. Give us a ring. Is it okay to be obnoxiously happy about it?
I think yes.
I think so too.
I think yes. I mean, it's not the Bills doing it to them, so don't go nuts with it.
Right.
Don't throw a parade. But yes, I think you could be very happy that the Chiefs did not three-peat. Because think about it, we would be hearing about three-peat until the day we die. Like it would never end. It would come up in graphics. It would come up in Super Bowls. Like I was actually yesterday thinking about this, that the game was starting, and they're doing the whole promo, and the whole thing is about the Chiefs going for the three-peat. And I'm thinking, new appreciation for the Bills that I had not thought about a lot until yesterday, right before the game. Like, man, good thing they beat them in Week 11. Because there was a real possibility that yesterday could have been the Chiefs going for 20-0. They wouldn't have won anyway. I don't think the Eagles would have beat them. But the Bills were a regular season loss away from everyone for 2 weeks having to go up. Look at this team, 19-0, and they're 1 away from doing what the Patriots couldn't do. They didn't, though.
Not only would we have heard about three-peat, we would have been hearing about four-peat. All next season would have been about the Chiefs getting a 4th in a row because they're favorites again. I mean, it's the Eagles 1, the Chiefs 2, and the Ravens and Bills are tied at 3 on the early season odds. So anyway, pass rush, huh? Here's a question:
rush.
How is that any different than what the Bills have already been doing?
Well, they've been better at it, I would say. The Eagles,
yes,
have been better at it.
But if you're someone that thinks, oh wow, the Bills got to go out and make sure they find some pass rushers, they've been trying that the whole time. Mm-hmm. They spent a first-round pick and 2 seconds on young defensive ends. They spent a $120 million contract, of course, on Von Miller to bring him in as the closer. They spend 4th and 5th round picks on defensive ends. Like, what's different? They're always signing a mercenary guy like a Leonard Floyd or a Trent Murphy, Mario Addison. It's not like this team doesn't think the defensive end position or pass rush is important. They might underinvest at defensive tackle, but what's different today? Is it another year of the Bills going 1-2 at defensive end in the draft?
It might be. I mean, if they don't go get a star, then I think yes. I think that is likely. That is definitely on the table. At least that they would do what they did again, where they went Rousseau Basham, same position, first, second round, and again, like that didn't work. I mean, you've had a lot of day 2 picks, right? You had a top 10 pick on Ed Oliver, like where the Eagles have drafted a lot of these guys is a little higher than where the Bills are normally picking. But not always. Like Jalen Carter was the 9th overall pick. Ed Oliver was the 9th overall pick.
They had the 9th overall pick, which was not theirs, of course, right? And in the process, they draft a player that likely would have gone number 1 without baggage.
Jalen Carter?
Yes.
Right?
He's a number 1 overall pick possible consideration.
That's right.
But he had off-field stuff, racing, his car, crashed a car. I don't remember the full story.
There might have been something else.
Somebody died. I apologize for forgetting that off the top of my head, but there was a lot of baggage with Jalen Carter, and that's why he dropped to 9. A little bit reminiscent of, not exactly the same situation, but Warren Sapp dropped to 14 because he smoked weed. Sometimes you'll get a guy to drop down the board, and the team that scoops in there and grabs him, it can go one of two ways, and if it goes your way, then you got a lot of value in that pick.
That's right. They picked Jordan Davis, by the way, the year before. They were 13th overall that year. That might have been on their record, or maybe they traded up. So like 2 Georgia interior defensive linemen that are beasts that have
They drafted
really
the whole
helped.
Georgia Bulldogs team.
They kind of did, right? But I mean, like even you go back, I mean, remember, they've had the same GM forever. Howie Roseman's been there. Like he drafted, I think, all these guys. Josh Sweat was a 4th-round pick of theirs the year they won the Super Bowl the first time with Nick Foles. Brandon Graham, I don't know how much he played yesterday, but he was a first-round pick of the Eagles years ago. Like a lot of these guys are picks. They didn't go out and get the star pass rusher.
No. They've nailed
which
the
is
draft.
fine. You could do that too, but their GM has built that line through drafting. And sure, a couple times they've picked earlier. I just think you got to just try to take another swing. Like this guy's hitting home runs, and maybe you're not him. Maybe he's Bonds, and you're not. But you got to still swing for a home run, I think, if you're the Bills. I mean, there's now been 2 examples of the Chiefs looking completely ineffective in Super Bowls. I mean, really, how many playoff losses do they have? Is it 4 total? And half of them, at least, if not 3 of them, are, they just couldn't block. They just couldn't block. They couldn't block the other team. I mean, that Bucks defensive line that beat them was good. I don't know if it was historically good with, Shaq Barrett and Ndamukong Suh was still really good and Vita Vea. But I've got 2 Super Bowls on tape now where Mahomes is running for his life on every play. Guys aren't getting open. And okay, give me some of that. That line is supposed to be all year. We said it leading into the AFC Championship. That line was allowing more pressures than ever before. They've got a guard playing tackle. They've got backups playing over here. They're bringing a guy out of retirement there. Mahomes is taking more sacks than ever. And watching the Bills game, you'd have never known it. I mean, you saw it yesterday. You would have never known that was a weak Chiefs line and a quarterback that was taking more sacks than ever in his career. You would have never known that watching the Bills game.
803-0550. Let's get some calls in here on, if it means anything for the Bills, you can give us a ring. Larry in South Florida is first up. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The only thing that could have been more beautiful than that is to see that happen to the Chiefs with the Bills uniform. And I'm I really hope.
Oh. Hold on. You still there, Larry? Oh, we lost Larry. I'm sorry, Larry. Call back. We'll get you right on, Larry, if you call back. Louis in Hamilton is up next. Hey, Louis.
Yeah, guys, thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. Look, I'm going to be first and foremost and say this. It's not going to be easy. I know it's going to be like a living hell, but we need to get edge rushers. And I agree with you that you know what? You got to keep striking at that. You got to keep striking and going after those pass rushers. First, second round, we got 3 picks. Free agency, we got a little bit more money under the cap. Hey, I'm not going to say it's easy to get them, but you've seen it twice now. The way to beat Kansas City, you got to get in their face. You need the big nasties in there, and that's it. Man on man. We're not going to win. If the Bills were in the Super Bowl, we would have got our ass kicked. I'm sorry to say that.
I mean, they might have not. The one thing the Bills have. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just the one thing that the Bills had that the Chiefs don't is a great offensive line. And the Bills had one of the best pass blocking offensive lines of the year. It's like a matchup league. That's one of the things that's most frustrating about how the Bills couldn't beat the Chiefs this time around. That offensive line was there for the taking, and we knew it the whole time.
Yeah.
The Bills were unable to exploit that.
Right, and the thing is, you're right. You're absolutely 100% right. That's even a better reason to get a defensive line because we have everything else. It's pretty much set. We need pass rushers. We see throughout the whole year we can't get to the passer. We just can't. We need to do something. Brandon Beane, you know what? You've done a good job, but you had a lot of misses too. More hits than misses. I get it, but he's got to do something now. Pull that magic hat and you got to do something. Combination of the cap, the combination of the free agency, combination of the draft. I'm tired. You know what? We have a short window here, guys. We got to get it. We got to go get these pass rushers, either on the inside or outside.
Thanks, Lou. Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have more concern. You might say, could the Bills have slowed down that pass rush? I would be, I don't know about confident there, but you have a couple things. You have a much better offensive line than the Chiefs do, and your quarterback is way better at getting away from pressure than Mahomes was this year. Mahomes was not good at it this year.
Right.
The thing I'd be most worried about for this team would be whether or not they could cover the receivers in the secondary that the Eagles had. I mean, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, I don't know you can cover those. I mean, the Bills' secondary this year was a liability. The whole, season in transition, I know the Bills don't have the horses that the Eagles do on defense. There's reasonable questions as to why is that the case, right? How come you don't have the horses? And maybe this is a year to, continue to stock up. But they would have been favorites going into Philadelphia, going into a game against Philadelphia. We had to look ahead lines. If the Bills had won, they would have been a 2.5-point favorite, 1.5-point favorite.
Yeah.
So
I think they would have done better than the Chiefs would have.
I do too.
I also think
it's hard to do worse.
It's hard to do worse. I also think Bean is watching that game yesterday, and he's calling Cleveland, he's calling Andrew Berry 5 times during that game yesterday. Like if you are like Louis, and it's like they got to go get pass rushers. They got to go get pass rushers. I think the GM probably agrees with you. Everything we know about him and the way they've tried to build their roster, we've just mentioned, they've poured assets into it. They have not done great at it, but they've been near obsessive about building a defensive line that looks like Philadelphia's, and they don't have it. So when you don't have it and you want it, and you see the team you can't beat get completely neutralized by it, I mean, and you have a GM who, by the way, has been very willing to make big trades in the past. I'm confident that if you want pass rushers, they're going to do something this offseason. Maybe it's not even Myles Garrett, but I think they're going to do something beyond just draft a second-round rookie and come in with the same defensive line with one guy added.
Need blue chippers. That's what beat the Chiefs, is it not? Blue chippers. Blue chippers on defense, a blue chipper in A.J. Brown.
Yep.
I mean, Brown was amazing in this game. Amazing. Devonta Smith cooks his guy down the field. How about
that Cooper DeJean might be a blue chipper. Yeah,
it's just stud players. 803-0550. Larry, we'll get to your call on the other side. We got to get a break in. 803-0550 on the Chiefs. I almost said on the Bills' win over the Chiefs, but it's the Eagles' win. They of course got that win, but it was great. And if you're enjoying it, I think that's totally fine. We are. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Good Monday morning, Jeremy and Joe. Super Bowl in the books. What else happened in this game that was noteworthy? Good commercials, etc.
The commercials were fine. You had Seal as a seal.
Yep.
Right? There were some good ones. The commercials aren't as good as they used to be. Let's say it.
Oh, here we go.
They're not as good as they used to be.
Everybody says that as they get older. It's how it works. Every year.
Sure? You're sure about that?
Yep, positive. Every single year. I just feel they're not as good as they used to be.
I'm not laughing as much as I used to.
Every year.
I got some sloths running around. They're drinking Coors Light or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's fine.
You'll say it next year. You'll say it the year after. Howard said it every single year.
Oh, no.
They're not as good as they used to be.
Not the ally I think I want on this take.
It's like officiating. It's got to be the worst it's ever been. Oh, yeah? When was it good? You have an expectation.
But see, I think I could tell you when the Super Bowl commercials were good, right?
Oh, yeah? When?
Yeah, like 2007.
Like which one?
Like, I would need to pull up a list. Feels like 2007 was the year, though.
I mean, is that, were you 11 years old?
12, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Isn't 12 years old when everything is the best, though?
Okay.
Uniforms
right.
are the best when you're 12. Music is the best when you're 12.
Yeah.
The sports, the leagues, the games. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I do think like there's probably some psychology or whatever to that where the things you had at 12 years old are the best things you've ever had.
Yeah.
You're starting to understand things.
Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't see all the commercials.
The cul-de-sac party commercial was pretty good.
Okay.
Post Malone, Peyton Manning showed up late in that. Who else was it? It was Post Malone and who? Somebody. I don't remember.
Kick of Destiny went to Eli. I nailed that one.
He won. He got something this week.
I did. I got the Kick of Destiny.
Nice. Good for you.
I also saw a clip of Post Malone at Super Bowl week.
It was the pre-party, like before the game. He was at a concert.
Performing his song called I Got Some Help. Right. And he said, I wrote this one.
I had some help.
I had some help. And he said, I wrote this one about the Chiefs, which is pretty good.
Refs.
Post Malone, welcome to the Resistance. Welcome.
He's not a Bills fan, is he? He's from Syracuse?
He's from Texas, kind of. He was born in Syracuse, born in Solvay, but I think he spent a lot of his life in Texas.
Gotcha, okay. So he's a Cowboys fan or something.
Probably. I'm not quite totally sure. Larry in South Florida is back. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I don't know what happened that last time.
No, my bad, Larry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So here was my thought. Like, Philadelphia did exactly what they did to Kansas City is exactly what I said we had to do to win that game. So there's just no way we're going to win a close game against them. We have to destroy them just like Philly did. No, like I was saying, I hope Brandon Beane was really paying attention. And like you said earlier, he's on the phone with Kansas City 5 times, and I pray that's the case. But even if we get a Myles Garrett or a Max Crosby, which I would love to have, because you're going to give up a number 1 pick this year for either one of them, and then who knows what else you're going to have to give up. But let's say that we don't get them. So we have those 3 picks, run 1 and 2, and we have 2 in the second. We have to get a stout defensive lineman. And I don't know when, Joe, and you'll probably know this better than I, when we went from calling it a defensive end, outside linebacker to edge rusher, but whenever that took place, my thought was A.J. Epinesa was supposed to be like Sweat. Sweat, to me, was the defensive MVP last night. What he did to those tackles and then that one edge rush he had against Kelsey was unbelievable. He knocked Kelsey backwards, and then Pacheco tried to grab him, and he couldn't, and then he got one of the first sacks on Mahomes. We need a player like that. Von Miller's not that player. Hopefully he's done. He's gone. I'm hoping we trade Epinesa for a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick. I don't care. I want him gone. We need a player like that. So I'm thinking we got to draft a monster defensive line with the first pick, interior defensive lineman. In the second round, I'm taking the best outside linebacker, edge rusher, whatever we call it these days, and a safety. That Cooper DeJean, oh my goodness, is he a player? Mm-hmm. And we got to get a speedy receiver. That's the only thing I think we're missing on offense is a speedy receiver. Because you're right. It was funny during the game. My daughter, who now lives outside of Philly, sent me a text and said, Dad, do you think the Bills will be doing any better? I said, there's no way the Bills are going to be losing 34-0. There's no way Josh Allen is going to be shut out. I said, yes, our offensive line is superior to Kansas City's. But for some reason, like your first caller said, we can't get to Mahomes. And it's the way we're built on defense. And I think our system on defense needs revamping. I don't want to say broken, but it needs revamping. And the players that they thought were going to get the job done are not getting the job done. Like you said.
Oh, all right. Looks like Larry's. Oh. All right, Larry, we're going to wrap because we got to get to a break anyway. To your point about like the system, I mean, there'll be more time to get into this, but the Chiefs did not change in their 3 games in the postseason. And they played Houston, Buffalo, and Philadelphia. And against Houston and Philadelphia, their offense looked very mortal. Looked like it was not impressive. Against Houston, they had 200-something yards of offense. Against the Eagles, they were embarrassed. And against the Bills, they had no trouble.
Nothing.
So whether it's personnel or it's scheme, there was Ben Solak of ESPN had one yesterday showing all of Mahomes' first halves of his entire career and his EPA or whatever it was. And sure enough, in this postseason, he had 2 terrible ones against Houston and Philly, and against the Bills, he was flawless. So you can decide where you want to put that blame. If it's a team in transition, it's a lot of different things. But it's one of the reasons that I felt yesterday was a good opportunity to really look back in. And are we sure about all this with the Bills defense? They're going to build it up again. And if they get that talent, let's hope they can do it. But, man, they made Mahomes look like the GOAT in the AFC Championship game. And he was not that impressive in either of the other two. So take that for what it's worth. All right. 803-0550, our phone number. Sal's coming up. And,
I'm going to get my brother on at some point when he wakes up. He's in Philadelphia. We'll get him on probably 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour.
Were there riots? Were there people climbing street lamps?
I didn't see riots. I did see people climbing on things. I saw a Kermit the Frog being burned in front of the city hall there, which I guess
it's uncomfortable.
That's a Mahomes.
Yep. Once you beat him, you don't have to do that. You won the game.
Right.
Feels like you don't have to do that.
We don't need to burn things if you win the game.
All right, 803-0550 to hop on WGR.
The Philadelphia Eagles win Super Bowl 59, their second Super Bowl in franchise history, both within the last decade, and they stopped the Chiefs from having the first three-peat in Super Bowl history. 40-22, and the game was a lot uglier than even that score showed. The Chiefs put out a couple of garbage time touchdowns at the end. It was 24-0 at the half. It was 37-3 at one, or to 7 at 1.6. Kansas City had a really tough time getting going. Patrick Mahomes, one of the worst statistical first halves in Super Bowl history, and the worst statistical first half of his entire career. He had 33 yards and 2 picks at the 2 minute, or excuse me, after the second quarter. Chiefs lose. A lot of it was pass rush. 6 sacks by the Philadelphia Eagles, 2.5 by Josh Sweat, who, by the way, is supposed to be a free agent next month. Defensive line, Eagles win. And not getting a lot from Saquon Barkley doesn't matter. They only average 2 yards per carry on Barkley carries, but they were able to win anyway. No Travis Kelce retirement rumors. Mahomes was asked about it, talked about it a little bit yesterday after the game, but Kelce has reiterated that he does not plan on retiring after the season. To the Bills, a lot of reports that they are letting go special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley a couple of weeks after the season ends. They'll be looking for a new special teams coordinator. Aaron Rodgers flew to New Jersey, only to be told by the Jets that they plan to move on from him this offseason. So the Jets will have a new quarterback. The early speculation is that Rodgers does want to continue playing, but we'll see. And in San Francisco, Deebo Samuel has been granted permission to seek a trade. In golf, Thomas Dietrich of Belgium wins the Waste Management Open. His first tour win. It's the first tour win by someone from Belgium ever. Won by 7 strokes. Sabres are off for 2 weeks. They lost on Saturday to Nashville. 4 Nations tournament gets going this week between the U.S., Canada, Finland, and Sweden. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. Sal Capaccio joining us now on the Westher Hotline. I don't know, Sal, you be the judge. Should we call it a Victory Monday? Should we not call it a Victory Monday? Is that, I don't know, is that loser behavior? I don't even care. I'm having fun with it.
I mean, no, I don't think we call it a Victory Monday, but it is a really good Monday, right? It's a good Monday.
I like it.
It takes the sting.
Really good
takes the
Monday.
Sting away.
Yeah.
It takes the sting out. I think a little bit, from a couple weeks ago. Of course, we'd all still rather, something to distract you from what you're really upset about, right? Which is the Bills not being there. Yeah. But it gives you a little solace. I know. I think a lot of people around the country, but especially here in Western New York, are waking up going, oh, you know what? That's pretty cool that they just got blown out 40-22 in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Jeremy and Joe Sal joining us, and it was a game where I don't know how many people actually followed through on, I'm not watching it, I'm boycotting it, because it's going to be a close game, and Kansas City's going to get a call at the end, and I can speak to, I had 2 friends that I texted that I knew were not watching the game, that I told them in the third quarter, like, you should put this game on. Like, the result is in hand, and Mahomes is getting pummeled by this defensive line. Like, you're gonna want to watch the rest of this. I don't know how you took it in, Sal, but of the games of the past, and like if you go back to the 80s, I know in the early 90s there were blowouts. But Super Bowl blowouts, like for me, the only one I have to compare it to was Denver and Seattle. And I turned that game off. This one, though, I think because it was the Chiefs getting blown out, I was never turning that game off. In fact, I was more dialed in. I couldn't wait for the second half, despite the fact that it was 24-0.
Yeah, watch the whole thing. The Chiefs have won some close ones. Their largest win in the Super Bowl, in the 3 that Mahomes has, was 31-20 over the 49ers, their first one. Then they won a 3-point game and a 3-point game. The 2 times they lost, they got blown out. 31-9 against the Buccaneers. Remember that one in the COVID year?
Yep.
And then now 40-22. Watch the whole thing, and I will tell you, like early on, you're like, okay, like the Chiefs will find their rhythm. It just didn't happen, Joe. And I think right away you could see, like, my gosh, like the Eagles defense is just so good. It's just so smothering. Up front, it's so smothering. They are just really, really good getting to the quarterback. And what just was amazing to me were some of the numbers as you went in. Mm-hmm. In the first half, the Chiefs had 1 first down and 23 total yards. 23 total yards in the first half. 1 first down. They were 0 for 6 on third down, where they've been amazing all year. And it got to the point where, and I tweeted this out during the game, it got to the point where the Chiefs Mahomes was getting so beat up and they couldn't protect him. They started moving the pocket. There was a series where Mahomes got sacked twice in a row, right? First down, second down. He gets sacked. So then they have to move the pocket and say, like, we just can't have him in the pocket anymore. So then they move the pocket and he throws the pick six, okay? Because now he's on the run. He's being like, where do I go? There's the Cooper DeJean pick six. Yeah. They get the ball back. They don't even try to throw on first and second down because they don't want him to get hurt and get pummeled and to take sacks. So they don't go first and second down. What happens on third down? Another sack because it's third and long. Now you can pin your ears back. All those little things just started adding up, right? It was just clear from the beginning. To me, the Eagles just controlled the game every which way from the beginning. It was seriously one of the most dominant performances through at least I'd say 3 quarters until the Chiefs, got their footing. The Eagles let up a little bit too. We're putting some backups in.
Yep.
It was one of the most dominant performances I've seen in a Super Bowl. And yes, Joe, I lived through really, really bad Super Bowls in the 80s. Like there was a time where the Super Bowl was just not competitive for like almost 10 straight years in the 80s, and then we had a lot of great ones. This one reminded me of those games back then.
Yeah. We'll get some Bills tie-ins, and I want to get, of course, Sal in on the Matthew Smiley news and reports. But on the control of the game, so what was most stunning to me was they were seemingly able to dominate the game despite the fact that they just could not run the ball. Like all year, Barkley had kind of been the foundation of what they do. It was Barkley and it was A.J. We're going to make you have to play A.J. Brown one-on-one. And you're either going to give a big runs to us, or if you sell out to stop the run, we're going to crush you with these receivers that you cannot cover one-on-one. And, like, Barkley didn't do anything in this game, right? Like his over-under, I think, was 110.5. Like it was the largest over-under for a running back since betting had been legalized by a lot. And he didn't even get half of that. And it just looked like it didn't matter. Credit to Hurts, I guess, and the receivers, like that they were able to move the ball despite the fact that what had got them there didn't really work.
If you had told me the Eagles were going to win and score 40 points, I would have heavily bet Barkley to be the MVP, I think. You know what I mean? Like that would just seem, it would be like, okay, he's going to go off. He had 57 rushing yards, 2.3 yards a carry. He had 40 receiving yards. Smart, good job by the Eagles to use him in the passing game to get him in space because they couldn't run the ball with him. You're right. But so you had 97 total yards. That's a nice day, but I mean, not a normal Saquon Barkley rushing day. Look, it was clear coming in when you watched the very beginning. The Chiefs just loaded up to stop the run. Like they're like, you're not going to run on us. And I'm going to be honest with you, Joe, I don't think the Eagles' offense was great. They were just good and efficient when they needed to be. They made plays when they needed to be. Take a look at the Eagles' drives in the first half. They started off with a punt, then they did score a touchdown, then an interception, then a field goal after a long drive, then another punt. Like their first 5 drives, like it was good. They scored 10 points. Then they finally had that touchdown because of the short field.
Right.
They got short fields. They had a pick six, a short field, and their defense is really what carried them and dominated. And then by the time you get to the second half, they just had to control the game a little bit and not make mistakes on offense, which they didn't. So I did not know who won MVP. I actually went to bed a little before that announcement. Watched a few of the interviews. I went to bed. I woke up this morning and said, okay, who won MVP? I was a little surprised it was Hurts. I'm not complaining. I'm not saying Jalen Hurts wasn't good. He was very good in this game. I actually thought it would go to one of the defenders, maybe Josh Sweat or someone like that.
Yeah.
I know that Hurts had very good numbers. Again, not taking anything away. But this game was won by their defense. Even though they scored 40 points, this game was won by their defense.
Yeah. Josh Sweat, he had 2.5 sacks, I think, around he got it first drive of the third quarter, maybe he got to that. And I was texting with my brother about it and thinking, like, what do you think he needs to get Super Bowl MVP here? Because Hurts has been pretty good. Maybe that was before he threw that bomb to Devonta Smith, so maybe it was before that. And we were texting about it. He's like, I think he might need to get, just because they never give it to defensive players, he might need to get like 5 sacks in this game. And at that time, it maybe felt realistic because they were all over Mahomes. They were crushing him. They were hitting him in the pocket. Sweat was the best of the linemen, I think. They were all pretty good. And on that,
and they didn't have to blitz either. That was
once.
crazy, right? Like they weren't even blitzing, and they were still getting home. With those guys, right? I mean, they won the game up front, and the Chiefs for as all the things that they did that really worked this year. The way that they shuffled their offensive line finally came back to bite them. They just could not handle. Tooney could not handle, and who's in the inside? Caliendo, right? Could not handle.
Yes.
Like they just they just could not hold up, and that was an issue they'd had all year, and they'd held up against the Bills or other teams. They just couldn't hold up in this game. You know, the Eagles the Eagles were only 3 of 12 on third down, the whole game, 3 of 12.
On offense?
They had 345 yards of offense, less than 5 yards of play. That's not great. They did enough on offense. They made big plays when they needed to make big plays. But again, I think the defense was what really gave their offense the ability to make those plays and obviously dominated the game.
Sal Capaccio with us. It's Jeremy and Joe. Super Bowl 59 goes to the Eagles. So on that, how I think it could be very easy to do this every year, Sal, where, every fan base will do it. Hey, Super Bowl winner, let's pick apart what they were good at, and let's see what we can copy. In this, and I think sometimes that could be a trap. In this game, I feel like it actually it makes more sense to do it with the Bills because, one, it's the team that keeps beating you. It's the team you just played 2 weeks ago. And I think, Sal, it is the thing Brandon Beane has been chasing the whole time he's been here, is a defensive line that looks like that. Like, I don't even really question whether the Bills want a team like that. Like, I don't think they need to rip up a blueprint and try something else. Like, Vic Fangio, it's almost been kind of interesting to me that he's been given all the credit. Like, I'm not saying he deserves, and he definitely deserves credit. He didn't really, I watched some of the film breakdowns, wherever, he didn't really do anything that crazy. He just lined up, my 4 guys are just going to get to you, and I'm just going to sit back here and wait for it. And the Bills do stuff like that. It's just, they don't have a defensive line like Philadelphia does. And, of course, we're going to talk Myles Garrett and Max Crosby this offseason, but is that an easy, indictment on the Bills, Sal, is that they couldn't get to Mahomes in the AFC Championship game, and the Eagles basically won the game by doing that?
Yeah, I saw a lot of that last night. Sure, you could say that. I think it's an indictment on almost any team, though, because they're so much better at it than everybody, right? And there's the Houston Texans did too. The Texans got to Mahomes. There are some teams that have a couple guys along the front that are just really, really tough to block. And you're right. The Bills at times, they can get a Greg Rousseau having a game or two. You can get a Von Miller who was pretty good a few times here or there, but not putting up the numbers as he had in the past. He's not the same player. We've seen Ed Oliver dominate a game once or twice. But they just don't have the consistent, these guys up front together doing what the Eagles did. So, yeah, if you want to use the word indictment, I just think that it's so, you're right, it's prisoner of the moment, right? Oh, my God, they're just so, they're so better than, they're better than everybody at it, really. The Eagles are amazing at what they did last night. And, yes, I think the overall picture, if you want to relate to the Bills, I agree, though. This is the time they have to do whatever they can to get that guy. And if you can't do it with all 4 together, give me one guy at least who everybody's got to watch every play and know that he can be that difference maker. And he's going to make everybody better. Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, whatever. Make a trade. I don't know how it comes, Joe. I don't. It's not easy. Brandon Beane's not incorrect when he says guys like Chris Jones just don't become available. Well, Myles Garrett might be available. We don't even know if he's going to be available. They don't have to trade him, right? And then what is your compensation you're giving up? But yes, I mean, that is the difference, and the Bills need to do that. And I think that is the biggest difference between why the Bills' defense has failed in these situations versus when we've seen the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Kansas City Chiefs lose as like they did to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Super Bowl and like they did to the Philadelphia Eagles, and how the Houston Texans did get to him and held him to under 300 yards of offense the week before they played the Bills. That's clearly the difference. It has been over the last several years. We've all known it and seen it, and they have to do something about it. I just think that I don't know what it is. We'll see. But I think now is the time where you have to go and strike and take the biggest swing you possibly can for at least that guy, if not more than one.
Is right, more than one's interesting too. We've talked to Garrett, and we will talk more Garrett and Crosby too. We'll see if they get traded. How about though, Sal, from last night? Josh Sweat, he leads the game with 2.5 sacks, and I'm sure you got a lot of questions about him on Twitter. I did. He is going to be a free agent at 28. After that game, I don't know. Isn't he going to get a monster? What do you think of him? Because he is not Garrett. He is not. Even Crosby, he's very good. A lot of the underlying numbers are great for him, but he's only got one double-digit sack season in 7 years. I don't know. Do you think that's almost a risky one because he's going to get a ton of money because of what he did yesterday?
I do, and I mean, yes, he's a really good player. To me, he's a better pass rusher than Greg Rousseau. He's a better version of Greg Rousseau when it comes to rushing the passer. That's what he is to me. And I don't break him down enough to see has he been a really good run defender? Because I think Greg Rousseau, that's one of the better parts of his game. Right, but he's long. He's 6'5". Rousseau's 6'6". Right, I mean, he's kind of built a little similarly, but he's really developed into a nice pass rusher. You look at those numbers, Joe, the kind of money he's going to command, I'm not sure if you really want to go down that road for a guy, as you said. And I wrote it last night. Yep, he's going to be a free agent.
Yeah.
He's had 33 sacks over the last 4 years. It's really been more the consistency. 8 this year, 6.5 the year before, 11 the year before that, which is really nice. I think it's got to be a bit of a scheme fit, too. There's been times where they've tried to fit him, and it didn't go really great early on in his career, but then they really fit him where they needed to, and they changed some things. So, yeah, I mean, that's a guy you could look at. But, again, how much are you spending for a guy that is he that much of a difference maker compared to what you have? I'm not really sure.
Sal Capaccio with us. All right, Sal, let's get to the Bills news of the weekend.
Can I ask you a question before you do?
Yeah, for sure.
Did your friends actually not know what's going on in the game when you texted them? Or did they know what was going on?
One of them, let me give you the exact reply he sent me. I told him you should put the game on, and he texted back blowout ? So maybe
didn't even know.
Yeah, that kind of implies a little bit that maybe he just didn't know. If you're boycotting the game completely, and someone tells you should put the game on, and they know you're boycotting because of the Chiefs, yeah, maybe I bet he doesn't know. Why would he think I'm texting him? Because the Chiefs are getting destroyed, right? That would be the only reason I wouldn't tell him to put the game on if the Chiefs are up 30-0. So,
right.
Yeah, at least one friend I know did not have the game on at all. You missed out, right? It was fun. It was like a party.
I think Howard Simon did not watch the game. He tweeted about how he found out later or something.
Yeah. Well, watch it back. That's the beauty of today. You can watch the game back. Go. So on the Bills news, Sal, of the week, how surprised are you? And are we just at reports? The Bills haven't confirmed the Matthew Smiley news, have they?
Correct.
Okay.
No, they have not yet. But it appears there's a lot of reports, and from what I'm hearing, this is the case, but nothing has been confirmed by the Bills yet.
So Matthew Smiley, the report is Tom Pelissero was the first I saw. Joe Biscaglia, others have had it. That he's being let go by the Bills, special teams coordinator of the team. How surprised, one, are you of the timing, that it's a couple weeks after the season, and two, it's not really that stunning, though, right? You had talked about this as a possibility right after the season ended.
Not surprising that they're making a change. Much more surprised they're doing it now after Sean McDermott said that they weren't going to do it, and that we are 2 weeks out from when they ended their season and had 2 weeks here. So this tells me that a couple of things, Joe. Number one, that obviously, you go through a lot of different meetings and you figure out, what your direction is next year, a lot of different areas here. The Bills have a few different coaches who've left, a few who've come in, which, by the way, another report is the Bills are hiring another secondary coach, which I'd like to talk about real quickly here in a second. But they've had a few coaches leave. They've had a few coaches come in. We're talking assistant D-line coach. Jason Rebrovich is coming in. They hired a senior defensive assistant. They lost their Nichols coach. They lost their other assistant D-line coach. So at some point, maybe you get and say, look, it just wasn't good enough. They went through everything and said, we're going to make a change. The other thing it might tell me is maybe there's someone out there that Sean McDermott says, you know what, I just really need to make this change because I want to hire this guy, and I think that it will be better for it. And I'm really sure that Sean McDermott, this is tough on him because he really does like Matthew Smiley a lot, and all the things he says about him and how hard he works and how dedicated to his job are correct. And I think all those things are true from my vantage point about Matthew Smiley. Nothing I would say different. I don't know who that person is. I would say Darren Rizzi is still out there. Darren Rizzi was the special teams coordinator for the Saints, who was named the interim head coach for the Saints, remember, until Dennis Allen was fired. And he's still out there. Maybe that's a guy that you would keep your eye on. I'm not really sure. This could be, is it as simple as just promoting Cody Harkey, their assistant special teams coordinator? I'm not really sure. I don't even know about his status right now. But this tells me that they had meetings. They ultimately, for whatever reason, decided this is the direction. And it also could tell me that maybe there's somebody out there that the Bills feel really strongly they'd like to bring into the organization and they needed to make this move.
Darren Rizzi, I know there was a report about him going to Denver. That was likely to go to Denver. So you're right. He is still out there. Hasn't been hired yet.
Right, right. And maybe that could still be the case. Maybe there's somebody else for the Bills.
Right.
But he has ties with Sean Payton for sure. And I don't know if Sean Payton's hired anybody yet. I haven't seen that yet.
They haven't made it official. In fact, the report was that it's likely that they'll reunite. It wasn't even like he's going there. We're just waiting for it. And then the secondary coach, he was the cornerback coach in New England, right? Sal Mike Pellegrino is coming here.
Mike Pellegrino. So this is another maybe, Joe, maybe indication. Are the Bills going to start shifting a little more philosophy to a little bit more man-to-man? The Patriots have run a little bit more of that over the last several years. He's been with the Patriots for a while under their coaches, Belichick and Gerard Mayo. The Bills hired a senior defensive assistant whose name escapes me now, who came in just a few days ago, who apparently has a track record of also playing a little bit more in some systems that run more man-to-man. I do wonder if that's something the Bills are going to start shifting to, and I wonder if this is another indication that they're going to maybe have a bit of a philosophical shift in the way they coach defense. And then if you do have that philosophical shift, then it must come to me in some way with a bit of a personnel shift along the lines. So I think that should be a really interesting how this all develops over the next few months.
Sal Capaccio with us. Lastly, he precedes you, I think, Sal, but Dick Duran passing away this weekend precedes you in terms of covering the team, right? Is what I mean there.
Yeah, a little before I moved back here, but I remember Dick Duran when he came up to Buffalo, and it's a shame. People ask me, like, was he sick or anything? I don't really know the circumstances, but he was a young man still, 74 years old, and he was, people don't forget, Dick Duran was the NFL Coach of the Year one time
in Chicago.
For the Chicago Bears. That's right. That was somewhere late 90s, I think.
I just had it up.
2000s?
2001.
2001. Thanks. And and he was a really, really good defensive mind, and then he became the Bills head coach in 2006, was here for a few years. There was this whole thing where he had this contract extension after a hot start, and then they fell apart, and then the Bills didn't confirm the extension, and there was this whole thing that went on, and then obviously they moved on from him. But obviously, sad news that Dick Duran, and that's really on the heels of Virginia McCaskey passing away as well, the owner of the Chicago Bears.
Sal Capaccio with us. All right. Thank you, Sal, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks, man.
Sal Capaccio on the Westher hotline. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jeremy ducked out. He's been dealing with something. There's been a bug running around, so he's going to be out for the rest of the show, if you were wondering. But if you want to join me, feel free. I'm going to get my brother up at some point, Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles. He is in Philadelphia. I'm assuming he's doing it wrong if he's not. I'm assuming he's not awake yet. At 7:30 in the morning after the Super Bowl was won last night. When was his last tweet or post?
Do you think he went to bed?
I know he definitely went to bed. I mean,
I was going to say,
it's
still be
chaos on those streets. That city is there were a lot of good memes this weekend, and they were all basically, this is what Philadelphia will look like whether they win or lose. Like, the city was going to be, torched whether they won or lost the game. 5 hours ago. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little bit about the Eagles, what they did to get here, and what is worth copying. I think a lot of Bills fans are ready to go on the defensive line for that. You want to copy one thing that team has? I think there's other things you could point to, but the defensive line, like, holy cow. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Douglas Development. Douglas, it is buzzing downtown right now at Seneca One. Seneca One, if you have not been there since they have redone the building and made it a whole lot nicer, you should go check it out. Even if you're just going for a drink, go check out the lobby bar. If you want to go to a cool new brewery, check out Other Half Brewing. Speaking of Philadelphia winning last night, they're based out of Philly. They have an amazing IPA selection if you're into that. Good food as well. There's so much to do. There's a golf simulator down there. If you are looking to do business in Seneca One, there are still limited floors available, but there are floors available still. So get them now while you can if you're looking. And while you're working, you can, there's a dog salon. You can bring your dog and you can hang out down there. They're building a giant dog park down there to go with it. There is car detailing while you work. So many amenities, food hall. Really, they've got everything down at Seneca One. If you would like to take a tour of Seneca One, SenecaOneBuffalo.com. If you want to do business right, you should be doing it at Seneca One. So again, SenecaOneBuffalo.com to schedule your tour today.
The Eagles demolished the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59, winning 40-22, their second Super Bowl in franchise history. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, throwing for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, also rushing for 72 yards and a touchdown as well. Eagles defense, the star of the show, recording 6 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, 2 interceptions, and a pick 6. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense didn't get anything going in the first half. Didn't even score a touchdown until the 30 seconds left in the third quarter and didn't muster much of a comeback after that. Other football news from over the weekend. The Bills reportedly fired special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley yesterday morning. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers reported to team facilities yesterday only to be told that the team is likely to be moving on from him as a quarterback this offseason. Rodgers has indicated he wants to continue playing next season, but now will have to find a new team. And the 49ers, their wide receiver Deebo Samuel has been given permission from the team to seek a trade partner this offseason. Samuel is entering the final year of his 3-year, $71 million deal that he signed back in 2022. Over in golf, Thomas Dietrich of Belgium wins the Waste Management Open over the weekend, shooting 24 under for the tournament. Dietrich is the first ever Belgian to win a tour event. And the Sabres drop their game to Nashville on Saturday, 6-4. They're off now for the next 2 weeks for the Four Nations face-off. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
Come on, man.
Oh, my goodness. Awesome. Congratulations, Saquon. Hi. How are you? Guess what? Your daddy won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Are you so excited?
Yeah.
What do you want to say to him?
Congratulations, my favorite.
Yes, indeed.
My goodness.
That is Saquon and baby Saquon. Jada. The kids on the field moments are always awesome. Saquon Barkley, who this is not meant to be a criticism of him. It's more about the impressiveness of the Eagles, that they could not run the ball yesterday at all, and it just didn't matter. I actually, I am a little appreciative of how they did it. Like, yes, I want receiver. Right? Like, I want the Bills to get better at receiver, and sure, like, if there was a thing that I would have loved the most to see, personally, like, hey, Eagles blow out the Chiefs, how do they do it so that everybody wants to copy them? My number one answer would have been A.J. Brown lights them up, they can't cover him all day, and it's very clear, oh yeah, number one receiver. That's what you need. And by the way, Brown, I'll get to this later. It's nice if everybody loves each other. You don't need it. If you're more talented than the other team and you hate each other, you might win anyway. That's kind of what happened. I mean, a little bit. Brown is, in the first quarter, screaming at Nick Sirianni, his head coach, and he's yelling at another guy on the sideline. Like, he's mad, and then what did he do the next drive? He scored a touchdown. Anyways, not the point I was trying to even get to. I'll get to that later. Barkley is not being made the story today at all. It's all about what are people, we'll get to calls in a moment here. What are most callers going to tell today, say that they want the Bills to emulate from this Eagles team? Well, because of how the game went yesterday, especially defensive line. Look at them terrorizing Mahomes. We want that. It wasn't the game for, this is why you go get a star running back. It was not the, you need a Saquon Barkley level running back. Running back is back. Running back is back a little. Like, yesterday doesn't have to kill that. Like, Barkley, if you look at the list of Super Bowl winning running backs in the last, 15 years, there's nobody that was top of the league running back. It's Pacheco. It's LeGarrette Blount 3 times. It's Jay Ajayi. It's C.J. Anderson twice. None of the top running backs. No Derrick Henry. No McCaffrey. No Adrian Peterson. No, Marshawn Lynch once. That was the last one. But you don't have these star running backs winning Super Bowls. Now you have Barkley. the Eagles might not have won the game yesterday on Barkley's shoulders, but man, did they get there with a lot of him. So I'm glad that the overall takeaway today isn't about, if you don't have a superstar running back, you need to go get one. Bills have James Cook. I don't know if we would have been doing that anyway. All right, let's roll through some calls. What should the Bills emulate or copy from the Eagles who beat the Chiefs yesterday? Or even can they? 803-0550. Let's start with Mo in New Jersey. What's up, Mo?
Hey, good morning, Joe. How you doing?
Good.
Hopefully, when Jeremy gets better. I heard you said you went home sick, but I think the price of Myles Garrett just went up after yesterday's Super Bowl. I've been watching Bills football since the early 90s. And when I grew up watching football, that was the era of run game defense. And I've always had that philosophy, run game travels well, and defense wins championships. Well, the run game didn't travel well for the Eagles last night, but that defense did. And what you saw, that they didn't blitz once, and I heard some crazy stat during the game. I mean, I don't know what it finished at, but they had over 50% pass rush, I guess, win rate or whatever it was on Mahomes dropbacks with no blitzes. Absolutely insane. And I'm glad the Chiefs got destroyed the way they did. I think everybody was happy to see that. And Jeremy made a great point at the beginning of the show. We would have been hearing 4P all of next year. Make me throw up. It would have made me not want to watch any football. But anyway, that's what I want. I was a big believer in defense, and I made the switch saying, all right, we need an offense that just takes over the league and scores 30-plus points. After last night, you can't convince me that that's not the type of defense you want. And I know it's they have a bunch of really high draft picks, normally more high than where we normally pick. But that's what you need. I think we need a defensive line that can get after the quarterback without blitzing, playing man defense behind that, whatever, And to me now, that's the recipe for success for me, at least what I think, going forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Mo. That stat, by the way, ended up the Eagles did not blitz one time on 42 dropbacks, and they pressured Mahomes on 16 of those dropbacks. And sacked him 6 times, which was the most in his career. And that actually might have got deflated a little bit at the end of the game because the Eagles had kind of, they'd cooled down a little bit. Game was over. Mahomes throws that rainbow to Xavier Worthy at the end of the game. They kind of backed off a little bit. There was a point, I'm looking at the number now, there was a point in the third quarter where the Eagles had not blitzed and had a 50% pressure rate on Mahomes. So historic level pressure without blitzing a single time. So defense is going to have a moment today. I mean, I think the Eagles offense with Brown being able to impact the game the way he did despite being covered by one of the best corners in football in Trent McDuffie was a pretty big get. Rich and Olean quickly. What's up, Rich?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning.
Listen, there's a couple of things that give me a chance here that I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
And we did discuss this also before the game with Buffalo and the Chiefs for the AFC title. I think really what it came down to yesterday for Philadelphia was just good fundamental football. The Eagles' pass rush was fundamentally exactly the way that it had to be. I mean, you talk about good pass rushers, bad pass rushers, strong, powerful pass rushers, but they did it the right way. The ends didn't go upfield too far. They kept Mahomes in the pocket, and they rushed heavy in the middle. Good, strong, fundamental, stay in your space pass rush. And then on the backside of that, if you watch Philadelphia's defense, they didn't give Kansas City's receivers time to get open. And what we talked about before with the Chiefs in Buffalo was that Buffalo wasn't doing that. Since when do our defensive ends slash? I mean, I kept looking at that game and wondering, well, okay, if the ends are slashing in, where's the wraparound from the defensive lineman? Okay? And never saw it. I couldn't understand what was going on there. one more thing that I'd want to talk about real quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
The last play of the Kansas City-Buffalo game, when Josh had to throw that desperation pass, I want you guys to go back and look at that, and I want you to watch the right side guard and the right side tackle. Now, and this isn't like Brownie. I don't know why he did this. But the guard on that play let a pass rusher on a blitz run right by him. He blocked nobody. Nobody. And then Brownie took the outside man on the rush instead of the inside man. And then there was a couple others that really didn't.
Yeah, Rich, we got to go here. We had kind of broken that down, and they had talked about it after. It was a blitz they hadn't seen all year, so it was a complete miscommunication. It was a complete breakdown. They picked the wrong guys up. So no doubt about that. Yeah, I think the way the Eagles got to Mahomes was just those dudes up the middle are incredible. I mean, it was the edge rushers too. The edge rushers, Josh Sweat, but Mahomes had no pocket to step up into. None. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, they were not. There was nowhere for him to run, and that's a full 4-man unit. And the Bills don't have that. Sometimes they have a 2-man unit. Sometimes they have. I mean, the Chief game maybe they had 0. Nobody really showed up. Oliver a little bit, but yeah. Thanks for the call. 803-0550. Keep running through some calls. What should the Bills emulate from the Eagles? What they did yesterday. 803-0550. This is WGR. Get back to your calls in the 8 o'clock hour. Wide open hour for you. Reacting to the Chiefs' loss yesterday. And if you think there's a good tie-in from yesterday's game to the Bills, which I think there are a few. I won a football pool that I was trying to think back why I picked what I did. So I won this pool by you pick every playoff game, you pick a bracket before the playoffs begin. So all your picks are from like a month and a half ago, or a month ago. I picked Eagles over Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I know I picked the Eagles. I just loved their roster. And I thought the NFC was weak. I didn't think the Lions would hold up because of their injuries. I picked the Eagles because the NFC was weak, and I thought they had the best roster, even though I'm not a big Hurts guy. I picked the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And I was trying to think, why did I pick the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? All year I've thought they were frauds. I think I remember. I picked them to go to the Super Bowl. Everyone's asking me this morning, like, why'd you do that? Like, because it's a pool full of Bills fans. Differentiate yourself. No one's picking them to go to the Super Bowl. They're going to all pick the Bills, or maybe they'll pick the Ravens, but none of them are picking the Chiefs. Sure enough, when you're doing pools, do the old emotional hedge. Sometimes it pays off. All right. Timeout here. Dennis in Lockport, you'll lead us off in the 8 o'clock hour. Lou DiBiase, we'll get him on at some point as well. And, yeah, we'll talk some Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Josh Sweat. I mean, it is the day of the defensive line, I think, after Super Bowl 59. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. If your car is taking any kind of hit, you should trust the pros over at Clinton Collision. They are a family-owned business. They've been serving Buffalo for over 70 years. They treat their customers just like family, whether it is a small fender bender or if you just got some dings that you need touched up. That's what I had that they took care of, and handling major repairs, of course, if you need that as well. Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo is the team that I trust, and so should you. Book your free estimate. Call 716-823-2000, or you can go to the website, clintoncollision.com. Real easy. There's a button right on the front page. Request a service. They've got loaner cars available for you as well, so you can check out the website too. Be sure to tell them that Sneaky Joe sent you at Clinton Collision.
Good morning. The Eagles demolished the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59, winning 40-22. Their second Super Bowl in franchise history, the first one coming back in 2017. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts won Super Bowl MVP, throwing for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. He also rushed for 72 yards and a touchdown as well. The Eagles defense, the star of the show for most of the night, recording 6 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, 2 interceptions, and a pick 6 from Cooper DeJean. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense unable to get anything going in the first half. On 7 drives, only 23 yards of offense, 1 first down, 2 turnovers, and they were 0 for 6 on third downs in the first half. In the second half, things didn't get too much better. Didn't score their first touchdown until 30 seconds left in the third quarter and couldn't muster much of a comeback after that. Other football news from over the weekend. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers reported the team facilities yesterday, only to be told that the team will likely be moving on from him as quarterback this offseason. Rodgers indicated earlier this offseason that he wants to continue playing next year, but now looks like he'll need to find a new team. Speaking of finding a new team, 49ers wide receiver Deebo Samuel has been given permission from the team to seek a trade partner this offseason. Samuel is entering the final year of his 3-year, $71 million deal that he signed back in 2022. Also, the Bills are reportedly firing special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley. That report came out yesterday morning. Over in golf, Thomas Dietrich of Belgium won the Waste Management Open yesterday after shooting a 24 under on the tournament. Dietrich is the first ever Belgian to win a tour event. And over to the Sabres, they are off for the next 2 weeks after dropping their potential 5th game in a row where they would have won. They dropped to Nashville on Saturday, 6-4. Four Nations face-off starts on Wednesday. Some Sabres in that: Rasmus Dahlin on Team Sweden and Henri-Jokki Harju and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen on Team Finland. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Four-man rush. Pressure again. Mahomes in trouble. Mahomes sacked again. Third of the day for Philadelphia.
6 sacks on Mahomes, most in his career. The Eagles all over him from beginning to end. I guess not the end. I kind of am annoyed that they got that touchdown at the end to make the numbers look better than they were. But we'll all remember. Mahomes ends up going, again, it's annoying his numbers ended up this way. 257 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. They were nowhere near that good. Nowhere near that good. I mean, it was garbage time, pile it up. I mean, 33 yards in the first half. He did, if you go look at any QBR, not even the fanciest of the numbers, out of 100, he had an 11. So, we're accounting for how bad he was. He was horrendous. And it wasn't just the pass rush. He was off target on throws. He had that, there's a little play early in the second half, the third down and 5 in inside their own 10. He's got Kelsey open quick, and Mahomes puts it at his feet. He was just off. Bad throws. The Zach Braun interception. Zach Braun, who, by the way, linebacker for the Eagles, first-team All-Pro, had been with the Saints, but never, ever been this good. He shows up in Philly. He's great season. He has a diving interception yesterday. If you watch the end zone cam of that play, Mahomes, he's got Marquise Brown. It's a tough throw, but he's got to put it out in front of him. Mahomes puts it 5 yards behind Brown. It's a horrendous throw. So he was, I think, the way he threw the ball, the way he was misreading things, that pick 6 to DeJean, he didn't see him. He was spooked. I've never seen him spooked like that. But he was in his own head. Sam Darnold, the viral moment of him with the Jets saying, "I'm seeing ghosts." That was absolutely Mahomes yesterday. He was seeing ghosts the whole night. And for anyone that didn't want to watch the game or was not looking forward to the game or maybe even skipped the game, all understandable. Was there any outcome that could have been better than that? I was not mentally prepared to enjoy this Super Bowl. Even if the Eagles had won, it would have been, One of my a free bet that I had yesterday on one of the apps, and it was on exact score, right? Because those are big payouts, like whatever. Like just throw $5 free bet on that. 23-20. Like I'll pick the Eagles to win 23-20 to win whatever. Like that was the game I was ready for. Low scoring, kind of boring, a dumb call here, a dumb call there. We got that first drive of the game on A.J. Brown. Terrible offensive pass interference call. So that's kind of what I was ready for. Like, I'm not really expecting to enjoy this game. Maybe I'll even be angry because the Chiefs win on some call at the end, and they get their three-peat, and now I got to hear about that for the rest of my life. Or the Eagles will win, some low-scoring game, boring, whatever. I could not have imagined enjoying that football game between those two teams as much as I would have. It was the exact script you needed for it. If you're a Bills fan or you're a Ravens fan or you're a Broncos fan or a Patriots fan, anybody. It was perfect. Just dunking on the Chiefs the whole game. Let's go back to the phones. Anything to emulate or copy from Philadelphia? I think the defensive line is going to be the easy answer, but let us know your take. Dennis in Lockport. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, I love what you're saying on these last comments. I had two questions for you. One, going towards the Chiefs, not to take anything away from the Eagles. They played a great game. I boycotted the Super Bowl. Well, got up for night shift, looked at the score, and it was like 30-6, and I was like, holy cow, that they're getting killed watching it. One thing I noticed, though, I think when you don't have the referees helping those Chiefs, I hate to say it, we've seen what the Chiefs are. They're frauds because they barely got by teams like Carolina and the Raiders and a few other teams this year without a little bit of questionable help. So I want to get your take on that. But the other one was last week you were talking about other coaches, and today you started on a little bit about it. What about Doug Peterson possibly coming to Buffalo? This be behind someone like Joe Brady, knowing there's a chance Joe Brady will be gone next year. You see anything like that coming?
Thanks, Dennis, for the call. The coaching. Well, let me address the specific question there first. Peterson, what do you got him coming in as? Like senior offensive assistant? Okay, he's not going to be the quarterback coach. One, they already have one, Ronald Curry, and two, does a Super Bowl winning head coach take a job like that? But you do see, like a title like a senior offensive assistant. Is that what Vrabel was? Something along those lines in Cleveland. He's not my favorite, though, if you're already trying to pre-plan who's going to replace Joe Brady, personally. Like, Peterson is okay. I was kind of disappointed in what he did in Jacksonville. He had a really talented quarterback. He had weapons. The line was not great, but he had some stuff to work with, and it just never really got going. You can blame the quarterback if you want, but he's not my favorite. There would be other names. I don't have one ready to go for you. Like, I would want to think that way, too, this offseason, and I would not expect Joe Brady to be here more than one more year. Like if he went to another year, a third year as Bill's offensive coordinator, like something would have happened in the negative, I think. Like if he has another great season, I think he's probably gone. On the coaching though, like really just on the overall from last night, it was kind of amazing to see Reed and Spagnuolo Spags had his answers because, as Sal pointed out, the Eagles didn't even average 5 yards per play. Couldn't run the ball at all. Like they kind of had answers there. Reed having nothing for the Eagles. That was kind of stunning. Because he would have known. Right? He had to have known. He knows what his offensive line is. He knows he's got a guard playing left tackle. He knows he's got a guy fresh out of retirement playing. He knows he's got backups in. Like, he knows how good the Eagles' defensive line is. He had 2 weeks to watch how much of a hell-raising unit Philadelphia has. And just to have no answer for that. Like Mahomes scrambling around in the pocket, that could not have been the plan. Where was all the quick passing that they did against the Bills? Those RPO looks that they had, Like the Eagles, I know they did a really good job of taking Mahomes' first read away, but I saw from Doug Farrar, they played more cover 4 than they did all season. If you don't cover 4, is you got 4 guys that are covering the deep quads of the field. You're kind of taking away the big play. So I don't know. Like I have to believe there was some opportunity to get a quick passing game going. Again, it could have been Mahomes. Maybe I shouldn't blame Reed. I have not watched the tape back. I wonder if the answer, just guessing, is Reed did have a plan and the quarterback was bad. It really could have just been that. I would love to hear that as a takeaway. I'm not informed enough on that game yesterday to know that answer. I would love to, by the end of the day, hear a couple of people and maybe even look back myself and just come away with, oh yeah, no, Reed knew what he was in for and Mahomes just couldn't execute it. But I'm not sure. Let's go to Brad in Lackawanna. What's up, Brad?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Morning.
Hey, yeah, it was nice to see the Eagles win, and it was sad to hear about Dick Duran passing. I thought he was the best coach during the drought. With that said, I had a thought on the off season, and so Josh Allen being an athletic quarterback, I thought if we have any strategy, it wouldn't be draft defense. It would be draft offense. As many young athletic people you can surround Josh Allen with, and then use whatever money we could scrape together or however we can make trades to bolster our defense with veterans who could probably interpret the defense. And that's my take on that. And I think that the Sabres are mathematically eliminated. They should start Levy the whole season.
Yeah.
See if he's the guy or not.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. The Sabres playoff odds have dipped back below the asteroid odds. If you haven't picked, we did that last week a little bit. There's like a smallish, not like we're not destroying the Earth in 2032.
Small-ish.
Yeah, among asteroid standards. You know, there's like a 3.2% chance that it would hit Earth in like 2032. The Sabres odds are back below that. We got a race going here between the Sabres playoffs and this asteroid. But anyways, also real quick on Dick Duran, I did not know this until the weekend, was an insane athlete. So former Bills coach, passed away, 74 years old, from the drought, of course. He is in the College Football Hall of Fame. Ran for a ton of yards at Yale as a running back, switched to safety in the NFL, made the Pro Bowl like right away. Like he was an incredible athlete, drafted in the Major League Baseball draft. So yeah, rest in peace, Dick Duran. On the defensive line stuff, I think you could very well see them double up. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, covers the NFL draft. One of the good draft guys. He tweeted this morning, on the heels of the Eagles' defensive line performance, this draft is loaded with defensive linemen. Might be a good year to double up. Good draft to double up at the position, he said. And the Bills have already done that before. So, I don't know how much I want to bet on them landing Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. I might think they're the favorites right now. They got all the boxes checked. They've got the cap space to do it. Not saying it's easy. It's easier for Washington to, but the Bills can do it. They've got a GM that's ultra aggressive in situations like this. They have a GM that has been obsessed with defensive line and getting that right and hasn't yet. And they're a Super Bowl contender, which is what the player wants. And if you want, they're not in the division. And a lot of the other contenders, Baltimore, Cincinnati to a lesser degree, like those are in division. So I want to believe they have a real good shot at landing Myles Garrett. But if you're doing Bills versus the field, you're picking the field. They're not above 50-50 to land it. So most outcomes probably don't include Myles Garrett on the Buffalo Bills. So then what? And to Brad's point, maybe you throw everything at it. You do your first and second round pick and you sign Josh Sweat. You go all out. You got to do better than what you got. Rousseau is a nice player. He was horrible against the Chiefs, but for the most part, he's a really good player. He plays on that Eagles defensive line. He plays a lot. He might not. He wouldn't play more than he's like on par with Josh Sweat. He would play. Rousseau would play on that defensive line a lot. Would any other Bill? I don't think A.J. Epinesa is seeing the field a lot if he's on the Eagles. Vaughn would play a little in specialized roles, but even then, like for the third and long situations, they've already got guys that are more effective than Vaughn.
I feel like Epinesa would be maybe in there first before Vaughn.
Maybe. I don't think Epinesa would play on that line. And then even like Ed Oliver is a very good player, but when you've got just monsters up front, like Philadelphia has up the middle, like Jalen Carter, you got to be better. The Bills got to be better on their defensive line, and they've tried. If you look at comparing the two, get another call here in a moment. The Bills what have the Eagles done? The Eagles have done a good amount. Jalen Carter was a top 10 pick, 9th overall. Jordan Davis was a first-round pick. Milton Williams, who had 2 sacks last night, he was a third-round pick. Josh Sweat was a 4th-round pick. So, we got a couple of firsts, a day 2 guy. You got a guy in the mid-rounds. Like, they're putting assets in. Meanwhile, what are the Bills? Top 10 pick in Ed Oliver, 1st-round pick in Greg Rousseau, 2nd-round pick in A.J. Epinesa, 2nd-round pick in Boogie Basham, 2 day 3 picks, if you want to go back to Harrison Phillips, and then Dwayne Carter. Like, first, second, third, $120 million in Von Miller. Bean's tried. Bean has really tried. But draft's a little bit of a crapshoot, and I don't know. We've got time this offseason. Anyone want to do a deeper dive on like how the Bills evaluate those positions? There's one trait that I would like to see the Bills go after more. I don't want to indict the whole failure to build an elite line on just this one thing. But one thing I don't really see in the Bills' draft picks at defensive line is that bend in fluidity to be like an elite speed rusher, Sweat is a little bit of that. I mean, he's a bigger body, but Vaughn was supposed to be that. Because Rousseau was never that and never will be that. He's huge. He's just not going to be that guy. Epinesa was never that guy. You're Jerry Hughes type of pass rusher. Guy that can almost duck under the lineman if he needs to, spin moves, and, just beat him with a burst of speed and not get touched. Again, that was supposed to be Vaughn, but when's the last draft pick that was supposed to be like that? That wasn't Basham. Basham wasn't that type of player. I don't know if they've actually made one like that. Maybe Javon Solomon maybe is like that, but, 5th round. Let's go to Morgan in Toronto. What's up, Morgan?
Hello.
Morning.
Oh, yeah, morning. Yeah, what I'm saying is that the philosophy has to be the line, the offensive line for this draft particularly. At least 5 or 6 of the first players drafted have to be on the defensive line. That philosophy, built from the front. As you said, big, strong, fluid, fast defensive linemen.
Yep.
Linebackers, cornerbacks, big, strong. Because we're building to play the Eagles possibly, and also to play the Chiefs.
Well, you're definitely Thanks, Morgan, for the call. You're definitely doing it to beat the Chiefs, and if they watched that game yesterday, I mean, isn't their takeaway the whole defense? I mean, the line is going to be first up, I think, but yeah, like when Mahomes, there wasn't often when Mahomes did have a moment to sit back there and pick a target. Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and, like Philadelphia could cover. Avonte Maddox had a moment last night. And, yeah, like the Bills, listen, I think it would have looked better on that front. The D-line, no excuse. Like everybody's there for that game. Like you got to play better. The secondary, you lost Benford. You didn't have Rapp. You would have done better had those two been in there. Would you have been as good as the Eagles were? Probably not. But sure, like I think expanding it to the whole defense is going to be the theme of their offseason. They just don't need anything on offense. They need one thing. They need a speed receiver. That's it. Defense, I might, any other asset, if they spend one day 2 pick on a speed receiver or something, the first, the third, the big money, everything else I would expect goes on the defense. Let's go to Mark in Tonawanda. What's up, Mark?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I think the pressure is on Beane and McDermott this draft. I think that, Joe, I disagree. You referenced earlier A.J. Brown and the importance of a true number one receiver. I want a speed guy as much as the next guy. But A.J. Brown had 3 receptions for 43 yards last night. If your biggest takeaway after last night's game is we need an A.J. Brown, I just think that's a terrible take. I think where McDermott and Beane have fallen short is solidifying this D-line, because when that D-line is getting pressure, it makes everybody behind them way better. And I just don't think that they've been able to do that. And as far as the bend goes and all this stuff, Jalen Carter was throwing Humphrey into Mahomes. I mean, he was a wrecking ball out there, and Mahomes was just not comfortable. You have to be able to rush the passer with only 4 guys, and the Bills' defense has not been able to stop anybody. And McDermott, I love the guy. He's a defensive-minded coach. He's a defense-first guy, and the pressure's on him. How many times are we going to let a good offensive coordinator that Josh Allen's working how many times are we going to lose a Josh Allen offensive coordinator and lose that continuity because of Sean McDermott's inability to stop these teams and adjust? We need to get bigger on the D-line, and I think it's going to be the emphasis this offseason. I have to listen to you. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. You're right. Carter especially. The size in the interior, might you want to argue that's more important than the bend that I was talking about? Okay, I'll listen to that. Because Oliver is not that type of player. What Carter is. Carter is just going to destroy you. You can't block him. He's nuts. The receiver take, I think I'm not really out here going nuts with the receiver take this morning of that's why they won. It definitely was a big reason. It was a huge reason. They, Brown, right, he didn't light it up. He only had 3 for 43 and a touchdown. But it was about the efficiency of it, and remember, they didn't need to throw the ball for a quarter and a half of the game. So all of these numbers are in 2.5 quarters. They had 345 yards of total offense, right? Under 5 yards per play. What did they do offensively in the game? They didn't run the ball well. Hurts ran the ball well. But what they did in the game is they dared... Well, actually, what the Chiefs did, I should start on that front. The Chiefs sold out to stop Barkley. And Spagnuolo took a bet. I think Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, I think we're going to be able to cover your receivers in space. One-on-one. And he got burned on it. That was the one thing Spagnuolo got burned on yesterday. McDuffie on Brown, again, it's only 5 targets because they didn't need to throw the ball a lot in the game. 46 yards and a touchdown. It's 10 yards per target against Trent McDuffie. And I know he's the big one. He's the big number one. Devonta Smith is a number one on most teams. He goes 4 for 69 and a touchdown with the big bomb. It was the bombs, right? It was 137 yards on 5 passes. The explosive plays. Dallas Goedert with a 20-yard catch. Barkley with a 22-yard catch. One-on-one against a linebacker down the sideline. He got open. Jahan Dotson, who didn't do anything all season. And same thing. That's Jalen Watson, a really good corner, one-on-one. Spagnuolo's betting, I'm going to be able to cover Jahan Dotson one-on-one. Didn't. Dotson beats him up the field, downfield. A.J. Brown, 22-yard pass in that game, 22-yard catch. Beats McDuffie, one-on-one. Smith, one-on-one. Beats his man over the top. So, yes, you're right. By volume, that's not the story of the game. It's not the takeaway of the game is the Eagles' receivers won them that football game. But man, it was their offense yesterday. Run game got taken away. What would have happened? I mean, the Bills played the Chiefs. So, if that game script plays out against the Bills this year, where a team is that successful of taking your run game away, 2.3 yards per carry by Saquon Barkley. If your opponent is that good at taking your run game away, what do the Bills do in that spot? What do most teams do in that spot? I don't need to make this a huge Bills point, because Brown and Smith is as good a duo as there is in the league. I mean, other than Cincinnati, nobody has that duo. So, it's kind of unfair to say, well, you need A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. I mean, no, you can't just get that. It's harder. It's easier said than done to just get that. But if you want your takeaway this morning to be, that's why you need a big receiver. It's why you need a top-end receiver. I think I'm fine with that takeaway this morning. It's how the Eagles built their lead. Part of it. Definitely second to the defensive performance. But it's the only thing they did well on offense was beat corners one-on-one with stud receivers. 803-0550 is the phone number. What should the Bills take away from the Eagles win over the Chiefs? I want to get to an Eagles point, too, about the overall way the team kind of operates or acts. Like, it's very different from the Bills. And you can win. You can win in a multitude of different ways. Also, a little bit on Aaron Rodgers coming up in a little bit. The Jets are going to have a new quarterback. I have no idea what they're going to do, though. Try to pick that apart. Like, what are the Jets going to be at quarterback next year? It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy out sick. This is WGR.
The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions for the second time in franchise history. They defeat the Chiefs in Super Bowl 59, winning 40-22. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, throwing for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and rushing for a touchdown as well with 72 rushing yards. Eagles defense records 6 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, and 2 interceptions, along with a pick 6 from Cooper DeJean. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs unable to score until 30 seconds to go in the third quarter, their longest scoring drought in a game in Mahomes' career. Couldn't muster much of a comeback after that, and the Eagles go on to win. Other football news from over the weekend. The Bills reportedly fired special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley yesterday morning. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is unlikely to be the quarterback of the Jets next season. The Jets reportedly brought him into the team facilities yesterday only to tell him that they'd likely be moving on from him in this offseason. And San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Deebo Samuel has been given permission from the team to seek a trade partner this offseason. Samuel is entering the third year of his 3-year $71 million deal that he signed back in 2022. Over in golf, Thomas Dietrich of Belgium won the Waste Management Open over the weekend, shooting 24 under for the tournament. Dietrich is the first ever Belgian to win a tour event. And the Sabres dropped their last game before the Four Nations face-off break. They lost to Nashville on Saturday 6-4. Now they're off for the next 2 weeks. Rasmus Dahlin on Team Sweden, Henri Jokiharju and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen on Team Finland for the Four Nations face-off that starts on Wednesday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
Couldn't get it going offensively. I mean, they just got after us on all 3 phases. And then on top of that, turnovers, penalties, playing behind the sticks on offense, drop passes, not taking advantage of the play call and executing. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. You don't lose like that without everything going bad. So this one's going to hurt. Let it hurt and figure out how to get better because of it.
Travis Kelce. I did have the thought driving in. Like, if he did just kind of surprise everybody and retire, how severely would it change our opinion of the Chiefs? Like, their window, we take this lesson from the Bills. As long as Mahomes is their quarterback, the window's open. But Kelsey's going to retire soon, at some point, within a couple of years at least. Reed isn't going to be here forever. He's, it's not the same as McDermott. He's 15 years older, right? Roughly. So I don't know. I don't know how much longer this group goes together. Chris Jones, same thing. I'm not expecting any of them to be gone next year. But there's a second phase Chiefs that's coming at some point. And, Kelsey will be, I think, the first domino to drop on that. But he didn't say anything about retiring last night after the game or not retiring. I wouldn't assume that he's going to retire. Sneaky Joe, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR, taking your phone calls. Mike and Estelle, get to you in a moment. Takeaways from last night's game, relating it to the Bills. I do also wonder, what does this do for Hurts? What does it do for Jalen Hurts? I'm such an eye roll. I can't stand. Everything now is got to be about silencing critics. Immediately after the game, he's got a commercial that plays after the Super Bowl about how nobody believed in him and, how everyone always is dunking on him. I'm not saying there isn't criticism. But what are we doing? Jalen Hurts, nobody believed in him. He went to Alabama. He recruited by Nick Saban. And then when another quarterback did take his job there, he went to Oklahoma. Then he got drafted in the 2nd round, not the 7th. He wasn't Brock Purdy. He didn't go undrafted. He got the job pretty quickly. He made a Super Bowl. Everyone is like, yeah, he's pretty good. Whatever. Everything's got to be about the hate of it. I don't know. Hurts, it's not is he that disrespected in the league? Maybe he is, and I'm just missing it. I don't think he's great. I think he's pretty good. He's pretty good, and he's surrounded by, the best roster that you could possibly ask for. Really think about that. He's on his big contract, right? That's not the rookie deal anymore. Hurts signed his mega deal. And is he missing anything? He's got the line, he's got the receivers, he's got the defense. I mean, you might not say he's got like an elite play caller. Kellen Moore's pretty good, I think, and is respected. He's kind of got everything. So that doesn't need to take credit away from him. I wouldn't give him MVP, because part of that equation is, hey, you did this, but what'd you do it with? And Jalen Hurts, the answer is he won a Super Bowl, and he had everything around him. So what does that do for his legacy? Is he a Hall of Famer now? Is he on Matthew Stafford's level? He's not, you don't put him in the Allen class. You don't put him in the Jackson class. You don't put him in the Burrow class. A ring could do that for him, but for some people, not for me. He's still what he was. He's a good quarterback. He's a pretty good quarterback. But if I start seeing takes about he's better than all of these, superhuman Allens and Jacksons and guys like that, I think you're working too hard. Good for him. He's not better than Josh Allen. He's not better than Lamar Jackson. Obviously. Let's go to Mike on a cell. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I'm going to jump on the Jeremy wide receiver train here for a minute.
Okay.
One of the things that bothered me so much about last year's draft is that was the year. Everyone's saying, Bills were saying we need to get a stud wide receiver. And before the draft, I really wanted them to go up and get Brian Thomas Jr. It would have taken a third-round pick and their first to move up the spots to get Brian Thomas Jr. Instead, they sit there, they move back, and they get a guy that everybody looks at as maybe a number two. I mean, he doesn't separate. He doesn't have speed. He's got good size. But, that was the opportunity to give him what these other quarterbacks have. Just look what James Worthy did yesterday. Yes, it was a blowout game, but this kid turned into, by the end of the season, an elite number one wide receiver, and we passed him up. And now, how do you go and get a number one? You're not going to get him at 30 this year, probably. They're not going to spend another first-round pick and trade up for a wide receiver. You spent $30 million for T. Higgins, who would be your number one, but you can't spend $30 million. Getting a number one in the first round of a draft is so important because you've got him locked up for 5 years. You've got him on a rookie contract for 5 years. You're saving yourself, if he's a number one, $20 to $25 million a year in salary cap. And they had that opportunity last year, and they passed on it. It just boggles my mind. And then I look back and I say, Bean has been phenomenal drafting in the second, third, and fourth rounds. But if you look at his last 3 first-round picks, maybe Kincaid turns into something better than he has been. He had some injury issues, but we traded up for him. Coleman's a number 2 or a number 3. Elam sucks. I mean, we have to start looking at, what they're doing in that first round and getting impact players. We don't have stars. We've got, 1 or 2 stars on this team. And, you win this league with stars. And you just look what Philadelphia's done with their wide receivers. So I'll let you go.
Thanks, Mike. A couple things I would want to add, though. Brian Thomas Jr., I'd love to have him. I wish he was here. I wouldn't assume the Bills didn't try to get him. I don't know, actually. But they could have been told no. If they offered a first and a third, which is, I think, what the draft value chart says for 23 or 22 to get in front of Jacksonville to get Brian Thomas Jr., they could have just been told no. The Eagles draft Quinion Mitchell, who is a really good corner as a rookie. They might have just stuck there no matter what. You might have had to go nuts. And if you want to argue you still should have done that, okay, fine. Offer a future first or whatever. It's more for me about that draft is more for me about Worthy. And there's 2 different ways to attack it. One is you just don't do business with that team. You don't do business with the Chiefs. For me, like that, what happened. The thing you can learn from that if you're Brandon Beane, or for me, you can learn from what that player is and how you can utilize him in your offense. It doesn't even have to be him, someone like him. Worthy yesterday, interestingly, was like the only thing that worked on the Chiefs. That's it. Like the speed, like he has that touchdown at the end. By the way, that touchdown at the end, last play of the game for the Chiefs on offense, you could say, well, it doesn't matter, garbage time, and it didn't matter. Garbage time touchdown, not impressive. Actually, maybe more impressive. Think of what teams do when they're up. What were the Eagles doing? They were backed up. They're playing prevent defense at the end of a game just to run out the clock. Why do teams run prevent defense at the end of games? The only thing they're trying to not let you do, the only thing they care about is we just don't want you to score a big one. And Worthy got by him anyway. He's really good. He's really good. Make it about Brian Thomas Jr. if you want. Make it about Xavier Worthy if you want. For me, I want to make it about the speed. The way McDermott talked, the way Beane talked end of season, I feel like they know. I feel like they're going to want to add a speed receiver. I don't need them to go crazy. Like you mentioned getting a star first round. I don't even need them to do receiver in the first round this year. I really don't. I just want a speed guy somewhere. If it's a third-round pick guy that, is only going to play a little bit in year one and we're going to find out what he is, like, I'm good with that. Just give me some element of it. Because the Eagles yesterday connected on downfield pass after downfield pass after downfield pass whenever they tried it. And that was the only thing the Bills weren't good on offense this year. They were good at everything else. They were good at running the ball. They were good at protecting their quarterback. They were good at running the ball with their quarterback. They were good at the short passing game, screen game, yards after catch. They were good at everything on offense except downfield passing where they were terrible. So that's going to be my offseason at receiver. Sure, I'd love to have a stud. I'd love to have a true number one. I'd love to have an elite player at that position. I don't know how realistic that is, though, this offseason. It's more realistic to get the elite player at defensive end. So, therefore, if my supplementary moves or my secondary picks got to be used on receiver, I'm good with that. But it's got to be a certain type for me. Time out here. Keep taking more of your phone calls. The Eagles win the Super Bowl. The Sabres are also off for 2 weeks. I'm very excited about this international tournament. Very, very excited. That starts, I think, on Wednesday. It's Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR.
Justin Thomas, he comes here tied for 13th at 13 under par.
103 yards.
Oh, this could be close.
Come on now.
This could be in. It is. Eagle for Justin Thomas.
How good is that finish?
Electric.
Justin Thomas with an eagle at the Waste Management Open, the People's Golf Tournament. I feel like it's the true kickoff to golf season. It's not a major. It's not even one of these elevated events. It was last year. It wasn't this year. I don't know how they do that. Or they go every other. Great lead into the Super Bowl every year. Joe hole-in-one at the 16th hole. Scotty Scheffler was really tough at the end of that round yesterday. So he's been rusty. He had that hand injury that he got, like breaking a wine glass or something. So, hey, golf's back. Pro golf is back. There's been snow on the ground for like a month straight. Right here. Have we seen like even muddy green grass once?
Any grass I've seen, it's been frozen. So
that I don't mind. I don't mind especially for as a dog owner. I'll take the frozen grass every day of the week. But there's been snow on the ground. That was like the iciest weekend I've ever seen in my life. I'm sure, it's a little bit of an exaggeration. I'm sure there's some point where it was like that in recent years, but man, just couldn't walk anywhere. Was downtown over the weekend, and like the sidewalks, just you had to walk at a crawl, basically. I don't even know what it's supposed to look like this week as we progress here. The Sabres are going to be off this week and next week. They fall in Nashville on Saturday. That game, if the season were like really in play, if they were like fighting for a playoff spot, I would have been more distraught because they were so good in that game. I think that was maybe another case of recency bias potentially here. It might have been the best game I've ever seen from a Sabre defenseman, from Dahlin. Saturday night, like if you probably have so many better things to do this week than watch back a Sabre game that they lost while being like 12 points out of a playoff spot. I get it. But if you do just want to appreciate and watch a super high level from a Sabre of play, watch Dahlin in that game. He was just unbelievable. When he doesn't want to lose the puck, you just are not getting it from him. He controls the puck as well as any player in the league because he's so strong in his skates, stick handling, all of it. He was on another level on Saturday. 803-0550 is the phone number. They are off for 12 days. We'll get some international hockey for the first time in like 15 years between the best on best. Cannot wait for that. USA-Canada on Saturday is going to be one of the best hockey games. One of the games I'm most excited for in hockey in a long time. 803-0550. We'll get back to the Super Bowl, the Eagles, how they did it, and how it relates to the Bills offseason because now we're into full offseason mode. Plus, next hour, Aaron Rodgers. It is over for him and the Jets. What are the Jets going to do? I've been reading a little bit about that, some odds. There's some different answers to different directions that they could go with the new coach. It's Jeremy and Joe. We'll get some more phone calls next hour as well. This is WGR.
Good morning. The Philadelphia Eagles are your Super Bowl 59 champions, beating the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. Adding their second Super Bowl in franchise history. Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP for the Eagles, throwing 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. He also rushed for 72 yards and a rushing touchdown as well. The Eagles' defense putting up 6 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, and 2 interceptions, along with a pick 6 from Cooper DeJean. That's the most sacks on Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game in his entire career. Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense didn't get anything going in the first half. On 7 drives, only 23 yards of offense, 1 first down, and 2 turnovers, and they were 0 for 6 on third down in the first half. Second half didn't get much better. They didn't score their first touchdown in the game until 30 seconds to go in the third quarter, and they didn't have much of a comeback after that. Eagles winning their second Super Bowl in franchise history. In other football news from the weekend, the Bills reportedly fire special teams coordinator Matthew Smiley. That was reported yesterday morning. Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers reported at team facilities over the weekend, only to be told that the team is likely moving on from him as quarterback this offseason. Rodgers has indicated earlier that he wants to continue playing next year, but looks like now he will need to look for a new team. Speaking of a new team, the 49ers have given wide receiver Deebo Samuel permission to seek a trade partner this offseason. Samuel is entering the final year of his 3-year, $71 million contract he signed back in 2022. Over in golf, the Waste Management Open wrapped up over the weekend. Thomas Dietrich of Belgium winning it, shooting 24 under for the tournament. He is the first Belgian to ever win a tour event. And over in hockey, the Sabres drop their game on Saturday in Nashville by a score of 6-4. They're now off for the next 2 weeks for the Four Nations face-off. Rasmus Dahlin will be playing on Team Sweden, and Henri Jokiharju and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen playing on Team Finland. That kicks off on Wednesday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's going to take a while to process it. You're going to wake up tomorrow morning and you're going to feel so good. What I want you to feel good about is don't let that jersey out of your sight. I had a few stolen over the years. So keep track of that. It's going to be memorable down the road. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations to you and your team. You guys played so well all season long, and there couldn't be a better Super Bowl champion than the Philadelphia Eagles, and you led them to victory. Congrats, my friend.
Much love, man. Appreciate you.
Tom Brady is the worst. The worst. Did anybody enjoy him on the broadcast? Anybody want to defend him on the broadcast? It's a very common trait with Brady, which is he makes a joke that's usually not that funny or creative in the first place, and then he goes, they chuckle for 6 seconds. He goes, I'm just kidding. I love this guy, blah, blah, blah. He ruins the joke immediately after. We know you're joking about Kevin Hart and his height, which, by the way, that one's never been done. Kevin Hart, couldn't see him with the camera, making short jokes about Kevin Hart 15 years later.
He made a joke, too. There was the point where the Eagles kept getting flagged for when they would snap the ball to kick a field goal, they would always get flagged for something the center was doing wrong. And Brady chimes in like, we used to do that too. And then our good old colleague here, Mike Pereira, he put a stop to that because he saw that or whatever. And then he's like, thanks, Mike. And then it was just super awkward silence, like nobody talking after that.
He's trying to be funny, and he is not funny.
Yeah, no, it just does not come off
the
right way.
There's nothing less funny than someone who's not funny that's trying too hard to be funny. And that, I feel like, is Brady. I would be okay with that if he just gave me what I thought he was going to when they first announced he's going to go into the booth. He's $300 million. He's going to be the Fox color guy. He's going to do the Super Bowl. He's going to do all the big games. When that news came out, I thought, all right, he's going to be annoying. He's probably not going to be very funny. It's going to sound fake. But he's going to give me some really good, smart insight, which is what I love in sports commentary. When Romo first showed up, for the first 2-3 years that he did it, he's not this anymore. But at the beginning, this is what Romo was. He's going to explain things for me, point out things on the broadcast that I wouldn't as a uneducated fan on, certain schemes and systems and play calls. Romo gave you that. Greg Olsen gives you that. The guy that everyone wanted to see in the booth yesterday. I was going to at least get some really smart commentary. And Brady does not do almost any of that. Like, once or twice this year, there have been a couple examples of where he does, point something out, smart. There was one, I think there was one in actually a Bills game. Oh, I'm not remembering off the top of my head right now what it was. But anyways, what Brady is just a book of cliches. That's it. There's nothing to it. It's just, there you get that little tidbit about, someone stole my jersey once. But he doesn't really tell a story about it. He just kind of mentions it offhand and like, haha, that's kind of his thing. And the cliches, it's just, it's never ending with him. He sounds uncomfortable. He sounds nervous in the job. He sounds like he's just filling time to fill time. That he doesn't really even care or have the ability to fill the space with something that's valuable to the viewer. Instead, it's just, I'm just filling space to fill space. Doesn't matter what I say. I got to kill 7 seconds here. So when Jake Elliott is lining up to kick a 45-yard field goal or a 50-yard field goal to make it 37-0, Brady's telling me about how, it's important that delay a game penalty just happened because now Jake Elliott's uncomfortable. 50 instead of 45, it's not comfortable for him.
He's one of the best kickers in the league.
Like, Brady, what are you talking about? The game has been over for an hour. But again, I don't think he is even thinking about the actual analysis he's doing in that moment. I think he's so preoccupied with not messing up on timing or making sure he talks for the right amount of seconds. Early in the year, he was horrible at that. He was talking through Burkhardt. He was talking through breaks. He was sometimes leaving too much dead space. Like, timing was off with him. And I feel like as the season went on, what became more and more clear is Brady was so hyper-focused on not messing up the easy mechanics of the job that what he was actually saying came second. All the stuff that you thought you were going to get from him throughout the year as a broadcaster that could have been good went by the wayside because he was so worried about, again, I'm supposed to talk for 6 seconds here, and I do 10 by accident, and he was so nervous about that. That's kind of how I feel like the year went for him. He better get that down, though. Not everybody does. Emmitt Smith. Oh, was it Emmitt Smith or was it someone else? Either way, whoever it is. Brady better get that down. Because if you never get better at the easy stuff, then you're never going to get to the things that you're actually in the booth for. All right, let's go to Dennis in Tonawanda. Dennis, you didn't like Brady either?
No, as far as comedians or funny people in general go, they do one of two things. They either say funny things or they say things funny, and Brady doesn't either. He's just not there.
Yep. Yeah, no, thanks for the call. I don't think he's not. He comes off fake, right? I don't know. I don't hear. He just doesn't come off as someone that's easy to mess with, right? Or that's really what you need. I don't see that from him. I guess he is going to do it again, though. There's been some speculation that he wouldn't, that he'd be one and done in the booth, but Brady is somebody that isn't this there was a commercial with him before the season about him calling games in the booth. Oh, he never quits. I don't think it's in his the way he likes people to perceive him. The guy who never quits, the guy with the chip on his shoulder, blah 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 blah. He is not gonna walk away and be viewed as he quit on broadcasting after 1 year. I bet he'll try it again. Josh in Williamsville is next up. What's up, Josh?
Hey, good morning, Joe.
Morning.
Two things. First off, Tom Brady. Yeah, I also noticed he was getting a lot of stuff wrong during the game. But also, I'm not sure if you noticed, if you watched the post-game show, then when they did the presentation, I heard somebody like kind of yelling at somebody in the beginning of the presentation. I'm like, who is that? And I thought it was somebody on stage. And I think I realized it was Tom Brady, and they forgot to cut his mic off.
Yes.
Which just kind of showed who he is when the cameras aren't rolling. Anyways, for the Bills offseason, I do wonder if they take a play out of the Eagles playbook. You know, the Eagles really built that defense with drafting, and they're very young. Like, they have a lot of guys on, like, rookie deals and a lot of talent. And I do wonder if the Bills decide to go that way in the draft, like you said, doubling up instead of trying to go after older talent like Myles Garrett. But just, yeah, you know, going into this weekend, Bills fan, the biggest thing was obviously you'd want to see the Bills win the Super Bowl. That didn't happen. But going in, if I was told Josh would win MVP and the Chiefs would get embarrassed on the biggest stage in the league, I'd be pretty happy. So that's all I got.
Yeah. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, it didn't turn out that bad. It didn't turn out that bad. When the Bills lost in the AFC Championship game, for me, like I was thinking, 2 weeks of Chiefs talk and then a potential three-peat and probably a boring game because Kansas City's not exciting to watch anymore. And I was really thinking Lamar was going to win MVP. I bought in on All-Pro is a determining factor. And for me, it was just betting on history. You know, like, sure, it was possible, and it ended up coming to fruition that they could give a different quarterback MVP and All-Pro. I was betting on history, the fact that it hadn't happened in so long. Elway in the 80s. But they did. So Allen winning it. And I was not on Friday. I feel like I knew that he was going to win. They kind of gave it away a little bit, which is fine. I felt better about it as the night went on. It made me watch. I don't know if I would have watched otherwise because I would have thought Jackson was going to win. When I saw the photo of Josh being there was one thing. When I saw the photo of Terry Pagula, Pete Gwelly, Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane, his parents, Josh Allen's parents, when I saw that everybody was there, and that was like hours before the game, like red carpet, like they're taking photos. When I saw everybody was there, I'm like, Allen's winning MVP tonight. There's no way he's not winning MVP tonight. There is no way all those people, Pagula, Gwelly, all of them, the parents, McDermott and Bean, there's no way they're all jumping on a plane and going to New Orleans unless they know Josh is winning it. And I don't know, did I miss this? I don't know if you saw Josh. I don't think Jackson was there. I never saw photos of him.
I don't think he was because as the night was going on, they were showing like everyone in the crowd. And I don't think he came up once.
Okay. I didn't think Jackson would win, just not seeing him. So, very cool night. I was not on Friday. I do have a quick thought on MVP in that for me, I would have tried to be as unbiased as possible. And for me, it was like neck and neck. I'm not going to lie, though. Like trying to take it from an unbiased opinion, if I had a vote, I might have voted for Jackson. I would have had to sit with it a lot harder than I did. But I might have voted for Jackson. But the thing I'll say about Allen winning it and the takeaway the next day that I think is completely wrong is the blasting of the certain voters that voted for a different All-Pro versus for MVP quarterback. Dan Orlovsky. Saw a clip of him in New Orleans. It was him, Adam Schefter, Mike Greenberg, Dominique Foxworth, and Jeff Saturday. They're getting ready for the Super Bowl. They're in New Orleans. I think they were even doing the show on Bourbon Street. And they're talking about the next day on Friday morning, the MVP. And Schefter's talking about it, and Greenberg says something super critical about the voters, I think there were 7 or 9 of them, that voted for a different MVP than a first-team All-Pro quarterback. Like, how could you possibly do that? It's absurd to do it that way. And then Orlovsky is like, I was one of them. He's up there on the panel like, I was one of them. And he gave the exact right reasoning, I think, which is the language is different. They say valuable in the award. And sure, you can snicker at I think Foxworth did this right after. He actually went right after Orlovsky and said, like, you guys, you're just trying to define the word, and that way you can make it whatever you want. You know? Just pick one. Do you have the clip there of Foxworth? Go ahead. Orlovsky.
Voted for Lamar's first team All-Pro.
And you voted for Josh MVP?
Yeah.
Okay, so then explain it to me. How did
Josh
you differentiate those things?
The value that the player brought to their football team. The Bills were the number 2 seed. Josh had a 40-touchdown, 8-turnover, 14-sack season. The Bills didn't have an elite defense. The Bills had a very good run game, not a great run game. They didn't have elite perimeter players in any regard. The way that Josh played this season and the different style that he played brought tremendous value to their football team. Lamar's season was absolutely sensational. He was probably the best player in football this year, or Jamar Chase, or Saquon Barkley. But value and how much you impact your team, who you do it with and who you do it against, that's where I thought Josh Allen had the upper hand.
So that's Orlovsky's takeaway. You hear them setting up like to dunk on him immediately after. The overall reaction of you just didn't want to pick one. You didn't want to pick one over the other. I'm completely on Orlovsky's side on this. Like you have Foxworth too. He does the job, I think. And Foxworth, who does not have an MVP vote, by the way, this is what he said.
At the upper hand.
Interesting. We disagree on this side of the table.
Did he say most valuable player for his team? Is this MVP of the league or of the Bills?
Gosh. So, I mean, I think I'm glad that we have Dan here to defend him and the people who did this, but it does feel like you're trying to split the baby. Like, you don't got the heart to say what you actually want to say. I think both of them had MVP caliber seasons, but it feels like you are trying to find some little semantics trapdoors. So you can give this to him and that to them because you don't actually want to say what you really want to say.
Which is what?
Lamar Jackson had the best season this year. And
again, that's Foxworth on semantics. What? He even says it at the end. Lamar Jackson had the best season. I don't. If they want to change the award, if they want it to be the best season, just call it that. All Orlovsky or any other voter is doing is they're giving out the award based on the definition of it. See, what I hear there, and what I've heard a lot of, is not a problem with Allen winning the MVP as much as it's misguided. It's having a problem with the word valuable being in the award. You can't yell at the voters for taking the word valuable to mean something if it's in the award. Again, like, the idea that is semantics and that he's trying to be cute with it, it's in the award. If you don't want it that way, take it out. Call it most outstanding player. I'm good with that. Because again, like, that's where I think it's completely defendable. Splitting them. Absolutely. Jackson had a better year. I don't think there's any way around that. Everything you look at, he had a better year. He threw for way more yards. He was more efficient. He turned the ball over at the same rate Allen did, but like the best two in the football. You couldn't sack either one of them. Jackson ran the ball more and better, despite the fact that Allen was like number 2 in that category. It's not like he was bad. Jackson had an insane season, but you put the word valuable in the award. So if I am to take that at what it says, I have to include other factors. I have to include that Jackson had 9 Pro Bowlers on his team, including Derrick Henry standing next to him that defenses had to pay attention to. I do have to take all of the other context into the equation. And then, valuable, Josh Allen. That's how you get to Josh Allen winning MVP. I don't really think there is a good argument as a takedown of Allen winning MVP. I think, again, it's only about people's frustration, and that's only the people that like that. It's only people's frustration with the award itself. The name of it. Completely worthy of winning it. And what a cool night. I was out for it, and fans were jumping up and down like it was a touchdown in a big important game. So that was cool. All this stuff. Allen does an amazing job on the speech. The Bills did a great job. They really got him to tear up with that video that they put out from the kids from Oshai Children's Hospital, and they showed Josh it after, and then they showed his reaction. So the Bills did a great job too. Super cool night. And none of this matters anyway. We'll not remember any of it. You're going to look back in 20 years on judging people's careers and legacy, and you're going to have MVP next to Josh Allen's name. It's not going to be, as much as you'll debate it in the moment, you're never when you're talking about this in the future going to go, well, Allen was a 2-time MVP. Oh, yeah, but remember the one time Jackson won All-Pro, and now, they defined the word as valuable, and they should have done it by outstanding. None of that. His Hall of Fame resume, when you're debating on who's better in a career, it's going to have MVP next to it. So, all that matters at the end is who won it. And Josh Allen won it. Mike in Boston's up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to agree. I mean, obviously Jackson had a stellar season, but I wasn't watching the whole award ceremony. I wasn't sure. Did Adam Schefter and Orlovsky?
Nope. Mike, you still there?
7 or 8 quarters. I mean, amounting to really, maybe 2 full games. I'll hang up there and give you guys a listen.
Thanks, Mike. No, that's a factor. That's another. I think I heard you. Did Dan bring that up? Dan Orlovsky, who's only one of the 50 MVP voters, and only one of 9, I think, that had a different guy for MVP and All Pro. I don't know if he brought that up, but that's the context of all of it. Valuable. That's why I like the numbers are important, but I try, if I were a voter, I would not look at the totals as much as I would look at the efficiency. What's more important, your total yards or your yards per pass? Yards per attempt. What's more telling of how good you were? Because, like you just said, what if Jackson had to try in 8 more quarters than Allen did? What if Allen is up in every game or up in more games, so he's not throwing the ball as much? Those efficiency numbers is where I would look. And they were the best 2 quarterbacks in football. In all of those. EPA per play, Allen was number 1. The advanced numbers community, that seems to be the number 1. And Allen was better than Jackson in it. So it was a really close one, and Jackson had won 2 before. This shouldn't count for who they would have voted for, but, when you look at the broad spectrum of it, Jackson had won 2. And it would have felt really weird, and it would have discredited the award, I think, just a little bit, if Jackson had won 3. Because it shouldn't be 3-0 Jackson to Allen, and it shouldn't be 3-2 Jackson to Mahomes. I think right now where it sits is actually pretty fair. 2-2-1. And maybe Allen will catch him. Mark in Buffalo. What's up, Mark?
Well, one thing, we got to clarify what you're trying to do. Is the MVP for the most valuable player for the whole league or for what you mean to your team? If it's for what you mean to your team, there's absolutely no question Josh Allen. Without Josh Allen, the Bills probably don't win 6 games. Without Lamar Jackson, with what they have, they probably still win 10 or 11. So, but I have to call you out because you just said you would have voted for Lamar Jackson if you had a vote 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then you contradicted yourself saying, well, he had 11 Pro Bowlers, he had Mark Andrews, he had better wide receivers.
Yep.
Josh had nothing. So explain that.
Yeah, no, it would be added into the context. And what I said is I would have to, because all those efficiency numbers that for me are number one, above who you have, although that's meaningful, above it all, is how good were you and what were your opportunities like? And for Jackson, I don't know him in those areas the same way I know Allen. Because we're going in on everything. We are microanalyzing the Bills on a daily basis. Like, I know off the top of my head what Allen is in EPA per play and downfield passing 20-plus yards. Like, we are getting in on it. Jeremy always says the fight for Josh Allen's soul. Like, we're trying to figure out what is going on with their offense. What are they like when the Bills, for instance, were a team this year, or this is more last year, I guess, where their EPA per play was a lot higher when they were down in games, and when they were tied, it was kind of bad. So at the end of the day, the number, like, there was context that was needed that made the number look better than it was. Jackson, right, like on the surface, it looks to me like the numbers are incredible. But what else tells the story of 4,100 yards and 8.8 yards per attempt? Because I know what the answer is on Allen. I don't know the same story on Jackson. So that's where, for me, like, if it sounds like I'm hedging it, I think that's fair. Because if I was a real MVP voter, I would have done way more on it than I bet a lot of those MVP voters do. Not all of them. I've heard Mina Kimes' breakdown of it, and she's very in on all that stuff. And she voted for Jackson, but she was the same thing. Like, it is as neck and neck as it could have been. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Eagles winning Super Bowl 49. And I'm watching one of the highlights back right now. 59, thank you. Man, Brown on the touchdown. Is that Bolton that's covering him? Or is that McDuffie? Whoever is covering A.J. Brown, that dude is such a beast. They didn't really need to use him much last night. Only 3 catches, 5 targets. I feel like if the Eagles had not had as good of a defensive day as they did, that could have been a shootout. From the Eagles' end of things. Brown, one-on-one against whoever. Smith, same thing. Like, if they needed to throw the ball more, man, I think they would have been able to. But they didn't. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on MVP still left over from Thursday, I'd love to hear it. All the wrong points, I think, have been made about Jackson winning it over Allen. Way too much about the All-Pro versus MVP versus what the actual resumes were. Time out here. Get more of your phone calls when we come back. I got a crazy Mahomes Super Bowl stat, by the way. That's actually like in a negative connotation towards him. I want to get that too here on WGR.
Now the Eagles get it back. Looking to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep for it all. Devontae Smith! He has got it! Touchdown!
Devontae Smith burning. Was it Jalen Watson? I think Watson was the corner on that coverage. Beating him down the field. Hurts put it right on him. Hurts was good. Like Sal pointed out earlier, they averaged less than 5 yards per play. Half of their offense almost was just downfield passing. Like 5 receptions of 20-plus yards on the day. That one was 46 yards by Smith. It was the one thing the Eagles were able to do is Spagnuolo dared their receivers to beat their corners one-on-one, and they did often. They just didn't need it all that often. Mike in Williamsville's next up. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning, Joe. First of all, love your take on Tom Brady. Couldn't agree with you more. There wasn't one thing memorable that he said in that game.
Nothing.
But
Nothing
anyway,
at all.
The overarching point that I want to make and the takeaway, and this may have already been made because I wasn't listening earlier, but is this. The Bills particularly have to rethink their philosophy on the defensive line with smaller, more athletic players. The problem is, just like the 2 times that the Giants beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and it happened last night, the way that you might get by during the regular season with that kind of thing, but when you're facing great offenses, good offensive coaches, great quarterbacks, the way you win is to get pressure with 4 consistently, make them uncomfortable, harass them, and that's exactly what the Eagles did yesterday. And if the MVP didn't need to be an individual reward, the real MVP was the defensive line of the Eagles yesterday. And the Bills really need to rethink how they think about, the defensive line, because that doesn't get it done when you get to the highest level of offenses in the playoffs. It's inconsistent in defending the run, and it just can't get the pressure without blitzing. And we all know that if you blitz consistently, great quarterbacks are going to make you pay. So I'm going to hang up, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. I'll listen for that. But,
thanks, Mike. I don't know, though, that's... Like, I've said it. I would like to see one of their higher draft picks on the defensive line be a guy that's in that Von Miller, Jerry Hughes mold. Debate on how good the player would be, but someone with bend and speed on the edge. But on the overall line, like, they are, I don't know, getting smaller. Like, Ed Oliver's their defensive tackle. Like, the Eagles, as much as, like, Josh Sweat was dominant on the edge last night, like, their best lineman is Jalen Carter. And that dude's a monster. He's 6'3", 315. So, I'm not saying you're wrong at one of the positions, but on the interior, like, Ed Oliver is a good player. Daquan Jones has been a good player. But having a dude that is that big and that dominant, he's hard to get. I mean, remember the off-field stuff with him last year. He goes 9th. He probably goes top 3 if there wasn't stuff off the field with him. So he's a tough player to attract, to get. If I'm talking about interior linemen, that's the guy I want. I want a guy like that. But edge, sure, yes. Neil in North Carolina is next up. What's up, Neil?
Thanks for taking my call. On the MVP, I find it ironic. Last year, Josh had better stats than Jackson did, and they said Jackson should get it because, quote-unquote, it's not about stats, it's MVP. Mm-hmm. This year, now he has the better stats, so now they're saying he should get the MVP and it shouldn't be Josh. So, I mean, it's one or the other. Don't play games, and that's exactly what they're doing. Number 2, on defense. I don't know. I think they should go after Myles Garrett. I think they need. Yesterday proved, and it's been seen in the past, Mahomes is not good when he's pressured. You need to have pressure on the quarterback, and right now we have nobody. If they double up Russo, there's nobody to do that. and I think Myles Garrett would do a ton. Also, and I don't know, it's just something I notice, they don't play rookies. They always say they have to learn the system. Philly did it with 3 of their players. Look what Worthy did with Kansas City. I'm trying to understand what that means.
Neil. Did you see, like, they played, Coleman played more snaps, I think, any receiver on the team this year. Like, they do play them. Cole Bishop started games at the end of the year. They didn't put in Kareem Jackson instead.
Yeah, but look at Kincaid. Had a good game last year. What happened this year?
Kincaid,
he was injured, but
he played. If the problem you have with them is they don't put them on the field, Kincaid played the whole season last year, a ton.
Yeah, last year. What happened this year?
Well, he was on the field. He just wasn't as good.
I don't
What's
know.
the point?
Listen, I'm not going to argue with you because I believe you're right in that aspect. It just bugs me because, and maybe then it's their picks. I mean, why not go after Worthy with speed? Because we have nobody with speed.
Neil, I think. Thanks for the call. I think your frustration on that is just misguided. You're seeing rookies make huge impact plays. Cooper DeJean yesterday has been great all year. I don't think your problem is that the Bills don't play their rookies. They do play their rookies. I think your problem is you just don't have a rookie that's been as good as 2 of them that we saw yesterday. That's it. But, I mean, give it time. Eventually, you get enough swings at it, you'll get that right. I mean, Benford was great as a rookie, I would say. He just got hurt. So that's one that you would have had, and they put him on the field immediately, and he was a 6th-round pick. So they're willing.
Osiris Torrance.
Thank you, Sal. Started day 1. So they'll put them on the field. It's just what overall impact do you have? And have you had a guy that impact, like, DeJean's such a good player. He was someone that I didn't want the Bills to draft just because I wanted receiver. But that would be like, that question would be if the Bills had drafted him. If they drafted him in the early 2nd round, that would be like saying, oh, McDermott wouldn't have put him on the field. I don't believe if that dude was on the Bills, he would have played the second the season started. He's just, if the talent's there, they'll put him out there. Mentally, they got to be ready too. Thanks for the call. Yeah, but on Garrett, though, like, I don't know if everyone's in unison at this point. It's hard not to be. I mean, fans already wanted Garrett, and then that game last night is definitely going to reinforce it. 803-0550, we got the Northtown Extra Point Show coming up. I think I got some trivia for Sal to wrap up here. It involves Patrick Mahomes in a negative way in Super Bowls. Little trivia when we come back to wrap things up here in WGR. All right, Sal's in studio for Extendo, and we've got some instant trivia here. I did this work myself. I'm like 99.9% sure that I've got this 100% right. If I missed one, apologies.
If you're not, I'm community noting you here.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to tell you.
All right. Following last night, there are only 5 quarterbacks in Super Bowl history with a worse point differential than Patrick Mahomes. Who are the 5?
Okay, well, I'll say immediately Jim Kelly. He lost 4, and one was a huge blowout.
Minus 66. By the way, Mahomes is minus 23 in Super Bowls.
Okay.
That's the number to beat. Yeah,
Okay,
Kelly
so-
minus 66.
Okay, and it doesn't matter how many games they played, right?
Nope.
Tony
Just
Eason.
total score.
Tony Eason. He was a minus 45 in one game.
So I've got that as like an asterisk 6. Tony, I didn't know what to do with the Patriots because he left that game really early.
Well, and Kelly left one of the games, too, the blowout
Right. Okay,
game.
so right. All right, so then it'll be 6. Eason's
So you're
correct.
just talking starters.
Yeah, Eason left so early. Oh, no, he didn't leave early. He was just 0 for 6. Okay. So, yeah, starting quarterbacks.
Maybe.
You're right.
Let's see here. Let's see. I mean, if you go back to Super Bowl real quick here, let's go to Super Bowl 20.
I was looking at that game. I didn't know what to do with it. But that's, yes, Tony Eason is correct.
But he started, all right? So he's got it. So
Yep.
Kelly, let me just can I at least look at
go
Super
ahead.
Bowls
Go ahead.
so that I can try to jog my memory?
Definitely.
Right? Because there's going to be a couple guys in here who got blown out.
Yep.
Maybe once or twice, I guess.
Couple of guys where it was only in one game, too.
Right. That's what I'm thinking here. And I have to go back to, I told you in the 80s was some bad.
Yep.
There were some bad games in the 80s.
Yep.
All right, so then let's just say, who was the Rams quarterback in 80? Would that be Vince Ferragamo?
Vince Ferragamo I do not have on my list.
Okay. It wouldn't be Marino. He wouldn't be on there.
Ferragamo I only have a minus 12.
Actually, you know what? So Marino. Dan Marino was lost 38-16 to the 49ers.
But that's only that's not as bad as Mahomes though.
Okay. 38-16 is what? 26, 36, 22. Minus 22.
He just missed it.
All right,
that's why I don't
that's
have
why.
him. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Elway got blown out, but then he came back and he actually won 2 Super Bowls. But I'll say John Elway's got blown out a few times.
John Elway has the worst Super Bowl point differential at minus 74 because he got smoked the first 3 times.
Okay.
Destroyed.
Who was the Chargers quarterback against the Niners? It has to be.
I'll give this one to you. Fouts, but he's tied with Mahomes. Minus 23.
Not Fouts. Fouts never made a Super Bowl.
Who's the quarterback in the quarterback in
for the Chargers when they played the Niners right after the Bills run ended.
Yeah, that's minus 23. That's 94.
Yeah.
The 94 Super Bowl. That's not Fouts. Who's the quarterback?
No, he's gone by then.
Okay.
Well gone by then. Geez, now I'm not thinking.
Whoever it is, he's not worse.
The name is drawing a blank now, and then Stan Humphries.
Stan Humphries.
Thank you.
Not
I was
worse than
thinking
Mahomes
Gail
anyway.
Gilbert because he had actually gone from the Bills to the Chargers. That year. Oh, and then who was the Atlanta Falcons quarterback the year that they got boat raced as well?
Yeah.
Chris Chandler.
Yep. They only lost by 15 though.
Oh man. Okay.
I'll give you the numbers. You've got a quarterback on here. You got the top 2, Elway and Kelly.
Okay.
You've got a quarterback that was minus 45.
Kerry Collins.
Kerry Collins is correct, not the 45 guy, but he was minus 27 in 1 Super Bowl against the Ravens.
Okay.
You've got one other guy that played in 1 Super Bowl that's worse than Mahomes in this, and you've got one guy that played in 3.
Rich Gannon,
minus 27. Yep.
The guy that played in 3 has to go back a while then, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that would have to be the Broncos quarterback back in the day, right? Would that be?
I don't have a Broncos quarterback.
So it's not Craig Morton.
Nope, that's minus 17.
Okay, not Roger Staubach, right? He didn't play.
Nope.
Oh, you know what? Who was the Vikings? Is it Vikings?
There you go.
Vikings.
Tarkenton. Wow. Minus 45.
One of the greatest ever.
So those are the ones with worse than Mahomes. That's it, though. Elway, Kelly, Tarkenton, Collins, Gannon, and Eason.
Who has lost the most NFC Championship games? What team?
The Eagles?
No. And how many? Lost the most NFC Championship games.
The Vikings? Cowboys?
The 49ers. You want to guess how many? How many have they lost?
I don't know. How many?
11.
Really?
Yes. They're 8-11.
They've been to 19 NFC Championship games?
Yes.
Jeez. All right, we got to run. Extra Point Show coming up next. Talk to you tomorrow.